to the Esports Ohio Regional Quarterfinals. I am Addison, and
I'm Joey.
And we are happy to welcome you back on this early morning. I know that we are probably catching a fair amount of our audience on 9 a.m. Saturday?
A cold, rainy Saturday morning.
It was a little bit rainy for us, but we are getting in here, and we are getting a bunch of people. The arena is packed right now, Joey, as we get ready to watch a couple teams go off.
I know, I think it's going to be exciting. Lots of Overwatch. We're the Overwatch Club presidents, vice president. It's going to be an exciting day. It's a big day. What do we got? We got Esports Ohio Day, Mom's Weekend, love your mother, Mom, love you. We got International Street Something Day. We got post-Minecraft movie release day. So we'll hear some really great quotes from me and Addison today.
It's going to be incredible. You're about to watch some very, very funny plugs.
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's going to be an exciting day. I mean, we did this last year. I think you casted a little bit. I was helping a little more behind the scenes, and now we're both up here excited for Esports Ohio Day, Overwatch.
It's really nice to finally see a lot of students come out here and enjoy their passion, which for us is Overwatch, but for all these students is a lot of different games. Over the next, today, so for the next 2 days, we are going to see Overwatch, we're going to see Valorant, Rocket League, Smash Bros. Anything else?
So today is Overwatch and Super Smash Bros. Tomorrow we have Valorant and Rocket League. First match today that we're streaming is Reynoldsburg versus Claymont. This is the first match we have going today, right? Yeah.
That match is set to get started in the next couple of minutes, but for now, we are planning on occupying your time with a little bit of talk about what's going to be happening. So currently, what it looks like is we will start on Samoa, which is a control map. It then goes on to Team Choice. Joey, we looked at the map pools earlier. What do you think?
I mean, hybrid. They had almost every map. I think Kings Row is like the iconic map. I think we'll see a lot of Kings Row. I know we had some people in the Overwatch Club. We want to see some different maps in there, but I think we'll see a lot of Kings Row. We'll see a lot of those other ones. We might see a little bit of those different hybrid maps we might not see. I mean, these are teams from all across the state in the Midwest regions, South region. We'll see all these different, hopefully some new team comps and ideas we don't really see from the normal Ohio varsity team here. We'll see some different stuff today. I mean, going through the map pool, I mean, we have that kind of hybrid selection, push, flashpoint, clash, go to escort. It's best of 3 series, so we'll see a lot of good Overwatch today, I feel like.
Yeah, so following our normal varsity schedule, if you tune in weekly, you will notice that we have that first start on control, we move over to the hybrid, move over to our flashpoint. It's going to follow a similar pattern. The goal here, though, is we are seeing a lot of different team compositions than we're used to. For our varsity team, of course, we are very used to that fast comp, what we would consider almost a little bit meta, but now, as we start seeing that high school sphere, this opens us up to a lot of different team comps. We might see Reinhardt, we might see Mago, they might follow a similar style, but a lot of what's going to be so critical and fun to watch here is going to be all of those different types. A lot of different compositions, a lot of different teams, and the teams here for the regionals need to prove that they're the best ones of the bunch.
I mean, yeah, I think we're just going to see a lot of different comps. I think the creativity is, I mean, we see it with our club teams here. We see different things that are not necessarily the meta. It's what works for the teams. Like, in this space, like 100%. Learning, getting into esports, it's kind of all like the different team comps and things they can bring in. Just change the game up, make it different. Don't always have to follow the meta. Just run what you think your team's best for. They have, like, we can see a top 500 Reinhardt main for all we know today, and we can see that, and we'll see a lot of good Reinhardt then. Or we can see a top 500 Lucio player zooming around the map. So there's so many different things we can see, and I'm really excited to see some new stuff.
Exactly. When it comes to the skill level pool here, we are going to see a very large range, or at least what I would figure. Again, these are the regionals. We have seen a lot of different games going on, and because of that, these teams are, while the best of the bunch, we will see a lot of different ranges in those teams. It could be very well, like Joy said, top 500 Reinhardt main shows up, and it is going to be a crazy game to watch. We could also see the reverse, where we're going to be having maybe a different group. We might be seeing a bunch of that fast dive, and we've seen a lot of that poke, or we could see a completely different comp. There's a lot of things that can come from this.
Yeah, we have 17 showing up here today. We have Franklin Heights and Athens are starting up right now. We're not streaming that one. We're just having Reynoldsburg, Claymont, which we're getting ready to set up pretty soon. We'll be casting that for you guys this morning. Worthington and River Valley is postponed, and now Worthington Kilbourne's moving forward because of that forfeit from River Valley. And then we'll have Northwest Dublin Kaufman kind of wrapping up those 7 teams we have here today, and then we'll culminate with the Central Southeast Finals later tonight.
Yeah, there are going to be quite a few games. I believe Overwatch is going to keep cruising through, though. We might be able to see those finals in the next couple of hours. It is a shame, though, that River Valley was not able to make it, and I do feel bad for Worthington Kilbourne here, as they won't get that proper warm-up to be able to get into the game early. But
I mean, yeah, warm-up's a warm-up there, but I think we'll still see an important series coming out of them. I think, last year they were a really strong presence when they were playing. I remember watching them. Like, that's a really strong team, bringing their presence forward. We'll see that coming forward. Coming back, they'll have a pretty strong move forward. I think we'll see a good presence of all the teams here. We don't know too much about the teams coming in, but we know that we're here to see good Overwatch today.
Yeah, this is a good note here. This is our second year hosting, so we've been able to see a lot of this stuff last year. Of course, Joey and I had a lot of involvement then, so we've seen a lot of these high schools before. Now, of course, as years go by, players start to graduate and go to the college sphere, but from that, what we can tell is that this is going to be competitive. In the back right now, you see them warming up, getting ready. In the next couple of minutes, we will be getting into that first game. Joey, what do you think comp-wise is going to show up?
I mean, personally for me, I think Control's about speed. I like seeing all the fast stuff moving forward. I think stuff like that is just really what makes these kind of game modes fun. You don't have time to wait on the point and kind of dance around. You need to be moving all the time, consistent team fights, consistent team play, and I'm really excited to see what Claymont and Reynoldsburg can bring out for that aspect. See some quick fights, see some long fights, and see how well those teams can fight in those longer fights there in the brawl.
Yeah, I see what you're meaning there. I think for me, at least if it came down to running a comp, going fast on control is critical, but the biggest thing that counts is going to be able to hold the control point. If you cannot keep control because you have to keep that for 100%, and it's a slower map than Flashpoint, it is going to be a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Flashpoint, you're always moving. Here, there's obviously the 1 point. You have time to move around. 100% gets you the win there. First to 2, best of 3.
Yeah,
that kind of thing is what you're looking for there on control. Control is all about speed. Samoa is the first map coming out. Samoa has a lot of different pointers. The circle point there, one of the main ones is the inner volcano one, and then we kind of wrap that up around with, why am I blanking on the third one? There's the circle.
We have inner volcano. Yep. There's a circle, and then there's that open map area in the beginning by the beach side.
Yeah, the open, like the beach side, yeah, beach.
Yeah.
So like beach is like a really good one. I think beach is a different one because there's that kind of like air, like the openness of it. Beach is something we'll see there. We don't know the map what they're starting on yet. The Circle Dome one has the problem like those lanes, kind of like what Kings Row has with the first choke point, kind of holding those entry points is important for a team. So stuff like Ramatra and May are really strong. You can punish outliers, you can hold off angles, you can force the fights if you're the team holding the point to be those fights you want to play there. Ram is extremely strong enough for his zone control is punishing of teams. Tanks to get out of position, leave their backline open. Ram can just go right there. So I think we'll probably see a lot of Ramatra today. Stuff like that. It's just hard to counter too. He's just a menacing presence on the field.
I would say in the reverse there on the DPS side, we're probably also going to see the normal stuff. I mean, you're going to see Sojourn. Sojourn has always been a very good character, especially in the current comp. At the same time, though, I would like to see some of that versatility in characters. It's really fun to see Dive, and we start to see the Venture get pulled out, the Tracer, the Sombra. At the same time, though, that Sojourn, the Cass, the Ashe, those longer range characters are very fun to see here. Control allows us enough versatility in the team comps to be able to see a lot of different styles, as well as being able to see people kind of focus in on what they really want to enjoy, and also see maybe a little bit of that counter sphere. I would prefer, though, to kind of see each team play into their own strength and see that battle head-to-head.
Yeah, I want to see that team playing in their own strength. I think that's like the biggest thing, is making sure these teams are playing in their strengths. I mean, we hear with our own varsity team, like Coach Muck says, like, play your game, not their game. You got to kind of get the advantage you need going in pretty early.
Exactly. I would say playing into that advantage is really critical, though. At the same time, though, especially with how versatile these teams are going to be, I think if inevitably we are going to see counters come out. It just has to happen.
I agree. I think some counters will do that. I think we'll see a lot of strength playing those still. I think we'll see stuff like you said, those staples like Soj and Tracer and all those things that kind of fit around the edge there. And we'll combine that with things that are maybe a lot of activity. We'll see like a Bastion Rhine comp, or maybe we'll see something like a Sombra sulking around. It looks like we're getting into the game right now, actually.
Oh, yeah, it looks like it. First map on Samoa is going to be Volcano. Good, we called that one.
I mean, Volcano, I think it's Volcano's like a good mixture of both. It has that open right side, that closed off left side, and then you have those kind of lanes they enter from, which are kind of held off. It's a good combination of both the maps there. Kind of looking at those entrances they have to come from, it's really easy to get caught up in the lane fire. So I'm really interested to see what comps you have pulling out here. And we can kind of see what we'll pull up today.
Yeah, those new to the map, especially on control, as you see there, that blue square in the middle is what we are trying to hold on to. There's a center smaller square that allows a jump up platform, so this is going to be critical to hold on to. The problem that you'll see, though, when it comes to teams is that there's multiple points of entry. So what that means is not every attack is going to be the exact same. So when you're holding this, you need to be able to not only move quickly to respond to the different attacks, but you also need to be able to understand that, hey, maybe the same attack might happen more than once. It might happen completely different areas. People can come up from under and over.
I think some of these comps real quick, just what we're talking about. We saw Ram immediately. Oh, yeah. We talked about that. We call that zone control they're going to have, holding the line there. That is something I immediately we're going to be like, okay, this will be interesting. I want to see how he kind of plays it. We see the Junkrat punishing the lanes we talked about earlier. Going to Claymont, we see Far Mercy. That is like the bane of teams.
The Pharmacy is going to be rough on that Junkrat.
You cannot leave that anymore. They have a Juno. Ransomware has a Juno, but you cannot leave Far Mercy alone there.
Yeah, it looks like Reynoldsburg decided to take the lefternmost area, come out from the middle, but that gave Claymont the ability to rush onto point with the Pharmacy. Coming out with blows, the Ramatra going first, Farah falls down, going for the Lucio next, and it looks like Reynoldsburg is going to be able to pull out with a really early lead. Looks like the Mercy is going to be a struggle point here, as Reynoldsburg was able to pull out with a really early pick. It's going to be a stagger on the Sigma, and then it looks like we will see the capture point for Reynoldsburg.
I think we called it. Ram punishing that backline, going in. He threw his Vortex down. He immediately slowed them down. We saw the early pick from Carry on the Far Mercy. Immediately we see him swapping off it now. We see the Soldier and the May coming out. from Claymont. It's things like that. Now they're going to try to punish that. Pharmacy, it's one of those classic comps. It's been since like Overwatch 1. It's always been there. But on this kind of map where you have that ceiling you have to worry about, Pharmacy has a little less room to work with and hide behind cover. It's not really something you want to see on this kind of map. You don't really want to run Pharmacy too early, and after seeing some changes already come out with the May.
Yeah, on a defensive point with Pharmacy, you're going to be okay if you at least have the point. The problem is getting them out of this earlier area. As you can see, Reynoldsburg is holding Claymont within this inner enclosed space, meaning Claymont does not get the versatility they need and are getting punished for it. Genji going incredibly strong right now as we see another punish on the Sigma and a most likely stagger, and that is another Reynoldsburg fight win. Joy, what are we seeing right now? What does Claymont need to do?
I mean, it's really just that speed part now. And right now, they are on the offensive. They need to be able to go in, and Reynoldsburg kind of is, they're holding them. That's the Ram. It's kind of the tank thing there. Ram is, like you said, extremely strong. Great, look what we see here. The Vortex.
Ramatra all coming out here. Looks like Ram is taking a little bit of punishment for it, but is able to get out. This Symmetra Beam is going to be the critical feature if they can take that out. Looks like a Junkrat elimination here. Nemesis Swarm is still out right now. The ult is going insane. And it looks like Claymont was unable to do anything. Mercy ult coming out again. The shield is sticking up. Junkrat with another elimination. And Nemesis Swarm back out on the Symmetra, going strong. Looks like the Mercy is not going to be able to keep them up for too long. And Blade is coming out to finish that fight win. It looks like another Reynoldsburg win right here with a Genji going for 4. Is that correct, brother?
3, 4.
3?
Yep, he popped up the 4 right there. I mean, they're just holding them right now. They need, Claymont needs a way, and then we get through that first point. We're seeing some swaps come out now. We saw them get off the Mercy now for a Moira, trying to get that speed out there, a little more movement, a little more damage. They can get something early that allows them to kind of get a really strong fight here. We see them, that Ram is still holding pretty strong. We see Speed Ring come out as well, holding them tight. Oh,
that's tough. Kiriko down. Looks like we have a Kiriko ult coming out from Reynoldsburg, though, as Claymont has just lost theirs, and that is the map win for Reynoldsburg.
I think one of the basics we talked about in the beginning with this map, it's those choke points you see in the beginning there. We saw the punishment that came from Junkrat and Ram right out the gate. They were not letting anything kind of come up that middle there. They were just punishing in there, keeping them back in their spawn. Genji was able to come from a side angle and kind of get a little bit extra damage there, and it was just kind of not their comp there. We saw Sig run back. Sig is a pretty good, his rock is pretty versatile, it's really strong, but into a Ram, it's just not really what you need there. You need something that kind of holds and gets a little more. Sig is great for holding the point, but getting out of that point and getting the first push there, it's a little more difficult, and I think Claymont will see a little bit of comp change. We might see Pharmacy come back. We didn't really see a hit scan on Reynoldsburg. They do have the Judo, but it looks like we're still keeping the same problem from Claymont. They're keeping the Moira, Curie, Cass, Simim, Sig.
I think they're going to try to stick with it to try and handle the Genji a little bit. The problem here is Claymont doesn't have a stuck idea. They're trying a bunch of different strategies here, but running into that Ramatra, if they can't get the damage out and can't finish the kill, having that high damage area isn't going to work, and Junkrat is just not going to work back, especially with the Genji on the Reynoldsburg side. I think Genji has gone incredibly well so far. From there, too, Sigma's speed is going to be a problem. Early fight looks like it's coming out right now. Junkrat with some mines. Nothing clear and defined yet. Genji taking a side angle as we see the rest of Reynoldsburg team sticking together. It's going to have to be something that Claymont picks. They're going to have to pick their fight soon. What are you thinking, Joey?
I noticed the Mercy swap back, and I thought the Moira pick was really good for kind of keeping that Genji at bay a little bit. Mercy is kind of a target, and we're seeing, oh, here we go. Cripple's going in there, getting that aggression. The Ram initiating there, and they're just kind of getting the cleanup kills for this fight now.
Yeah, Claymont has lost 2 already. Mercy is trying to keep the Sigma to no avail, and it looks like that is going to be another Reynoldsburg point win. That is tough.
And now we're going to see them hold this corner here. We're going to see this Ram and this Cass and this Genji and this Juno just kind of hold that angle really strongly right now. And it's going to come back, and we're seeing way more of a dive approach now. We're seeing Winston kind of into the field. We see a Soj, we're seeing Ash. We have a little bit of a little mixing match going here, kind of get them out and force the Ram to look behind and not look at his backline. We're going to see, I'm interested to see what Claymont pulls out here for this fight.
Yeah, it looks like Reynoldsburg is holding strong at this corner right here, and that is an elimination on the Ash. Winston being pulled out here. Now, that is an interesting thing. What do you think about the dive?
I think it will give the advantage. I think we need to get their eyes off their team. I think the idea here is maybe get the Winston, pull him back, get that backline, make the Ram turn around, use some utility, so then their team can get that range with the Soj and the Ash. I think it's a little different there. We see the Moira pick come back out, and we talked about that for the Genji. Now, the problem is all these swaps is ultimates are not in their favor. They're kind of tied up right now. Reynoldsburg is popping ults. They're coming for 2 ults right now. We have a Ram ult coming up. We have a Cass ult. We're close to almost everything. It's going to be a pretty big fight, hectic fight coming up pretty soon.
Looks
6
like
ults
Cass
coming in
has
this fight.
come out. They are pushing strong right now. Oh, we got an elimination from Claymont on the Genji. But it looks like it is not going to be enough with Reynoldsburg pulling out with the fight win again. That is going to be tough for Claymont as we get to 67% here. If they cannot win this fight, it is going to be a struggle to try and win on those later maps.
I mean, it's last fight territory. That's what we call it here. I mean, it's last fight territory. They're getting ready. They're trying to get a push here. That Ram is just holding them back. It's like that wall, the big purple wall that's kind of holding them back right now. It's just not really what we want to see right now. We want to see a little more advantage. Here we go. Let's talk about Winston's diving in. He's going on the Ram.
All very good right now. 2 picks is going to allow Claymont to take point.
Now,
And
we'll
an
say
ult
one
coming
thing.
out from the Soj.
We saw a lot of ults coming out of Claymont there. They pop Rush, they pop Overclock, and they're come up on a Moira ult, but really Roundsburg, I mean, we see it there. They have almost 4 ultimates ready. They're going to have Rush, they're going to have Juno Beam, they're going to have Genji Blade, they're going to have Ram ultimate. They're going to have a lot of damage coming out soon. Hopefully, more, and we'll have Bob too, maybe coming out a little closer, maybe a Primal near the end of the fight if we get that far. It's really those kind of things you have to keep an eye out.
Oh, looks like we have Genji Blade coming out here, going with a Kiriko Rush. Oh, and it is going fast. Genji with 1, Elim 2, going for the Kiriko. Will that be 3? Yes, it will. Now getting out right before the Winston is able to do anything. Will they finish the Winston kill is the question to get a stagger on Claymont. And no, they won't. Winston was able to end a Pearl out of there and was able to escape that fight.
I mean, it's funny to say, but I mean, we saw it there. I mean, and we kind of talked about that Ram in the beginning. I think Claymont made a really good push there at the end. It was really good. You saw they had, last fight territory for them. They need to get something on the point there. Reynoldsburg just had the ultimates ready to go. They were holding it. They were ready. It was kind of just a tough fight for them near the end.
Yeah, Claymont is going to have to figure something out with this Genji. I mean, I think the Winston was a good decision. The problem is, can the rest of the team pick up what is going to be going down? Beautiful ult right here on replay.
I mean, we see here, especially on first point, where they had those inside maps, anything with indoors where the Genji can kind of prosper. We still even saw on the second point where Genji was kind of flanking around a little bit, fighting their Ashe and their Soj in the backline, getting the Kira, getting their Mercy, their Moira, whatever was in the backline that they could get a quick pick, get out, it was in their favor because their tank was too busy fighting the Ram. It was a tough fight. There was a lot. I mean, near the end, we saw a little spark of hope there from Claymont. Hopefully, they carry that energy into map 2. So
that's fair.
Map, yep.
I think Claymont did respond well. I think Winston was a good idea. The problem is they need to fully commit to it. The Winston was kind of mixed into a comp that was already mixed together. It doesn't really have a clear idea. And as we went on there, I mean, we saw Winston did do something. That was positive impact for the team. The problem is there was no follow-up with the Winston, and from there it all started to fall apart, especially going into that Reynoldsburg. I mean, what? They had Ramach, or they had Genji. They didn't even really need the Mercy, which is why they kind of lost it. From there, we also had the Kiriko adding on the rest. I mean, it is just a tough comp to play into if you are not fully committed to your dive.
So we're moving into, I believe, hybrid now, I believe. Yeah, we're moving to hybrid maps now. We talked about Kings Row a little bit as like the map of choice for what they want to play there. And I mean, like, I think Kings Row is kind of the option, but I don't know if Claymont gets the map pick here. I don't know if I want to pick Kings Row into that Ram call. That Ram call was really strong. Even if they hold back and like try that Sig again, they hold high ground. The Ram is just extremely aggressive. They had a sim player. Do they can TP just take that high ground for them? So that's a really aggressive thing. I don't know if Kings Row is the map I would go for there. I think maybe something a little more open. Maybe like Blizzard World almost. I'd say maybe a Blizzard World or Midtown. Something where there's almost more space for them to kind of get an advantage. Because they had a lot of... We saw Soj, we saw Ashe, we saw things that are in the backline getting damage. Something where they can benefit from that a little more. I just don't think that we can see them taking anything... Like, I think Kings Row and Eichenwald are really close maps. And like we saw there, Claymont had a little problem with the Brawl and with the Ram in their face. So I think maybe we'd see something a little more aggressive coming out of that there.
Yeah, if you're Reynoldsburg here, you're going to want something enclosed. The Ramatra is going to allow you to pummel them with damage. And from that, if you get something like Eichenwald, you get something like Kings Row where you're forcing the whole team to fight you in a choke point, it's easy for Reynoldsburg to hold that. The problem is if Claymont does go with the wider map, allowing for that dive, allowing to get around, what we're going to see is Claymont now takes a little bit of that advantage to get around the team of Reynoldsburg and then maybe go for their support, start to pick something so that way the Ramatra doesn't get as much assistance. Claymont needs to pick something that's going to play into their own comp and not into Reynoldsburg. If they play into Reynoldsburg here, we might see another map loss.
And it looks like we're playing Kings Row. I'm actually very interested to see what they look like. We have maybe a sub.
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Something going on. I mean, Kings Row, I'm very interested in what happens here. I think we saw the slow gameplay, which kind of can work in their favor if they can get the tempo in their game. If they have a problem, like Kings Row infamously has that second point is not ideal for a defender. You are stuck in that far back spawn, and you do not want to be back there pushing up. You want to contain the fights close up as possible, so you can spend as much time on the point, and you can't give up any ground. Kings Row second point, you can't give up any ground. It's a very attacker-sided objective for the first point. It kind of goes back and forth. And the first point's really good for attackers. Then the third point's really good for defenders. Like this is, I think Hybrid has a good collection of really diverse map. That's the whole point of it. Control in the beginning, and then you kind of move to escort, and afterwards, it's something really strong. I think I'm interested to see the comp through. It looks like we have someone left technical issue.
We
maybe
are having a sub in. It looks like
sub in. It looks like.
Yeah. Beyond that, though, I do agree with you on Kings Row's opinion. What might be the decision here from Claymont is that if they're able to win on that first point, push the attackers back, then it's going to be really easy to play as the attackers here. So they might have been gearing it as a way for them to get the offensive and then assume, hey, hey, we're going to get that first point win, push them back, they won't have to deal with this anymore.
Yeah, I think that choke point's the most interesting part. I mean, it looks like they're getting some strategy going on here. I think maybe see a sub out. I think you're right. We'll see a sub coming in. I'm really interested to see what the plan here is. I think Claremont had a really good attempt with their slogan. I think they want to keep the tempo in their favor, and they don't really want to be playing in that Ram. The Ram had a lot of free reign. Kings Row has some of its moments where there's some open parts, and there's some things. I think an early pick, I think that we saw some interesting picks with, like, especially like Soj and Ash, some double range kind of thing going on there. They pulled out Sim for a little bit, try to beam him down, but the Reynoldsburg supports were on it. They were in the back. They were healing. They were giving speed to get him out. They were on top of it. I think it's kind of, yeah, playing their game, I think, is the key feature for them right now.
Yeah, I think if we're here, we need to push them back. And if we can push them back, then, I mean, Claremont is going to see that advantage, especially if we can get the supports out of there. Reynoldsburg's whole goal here is going to be to probably not lose the first point. Keep that defense. Keep it strong. Don't lose anybody. Don't let the dive get to you, and then you're going to be able to see a lot of advantage. If we can see that first point capture, though, Claremont is not going to have as big of a problem, because then what we can see, Winston dives in there. Sure, he might die, but if he gets 1 or 2 picks, it's going to take a lot longer for them to walk all the way back from respawn on the defense to the attack, comparative to a Winston who's just going to simply jump back out there, and then boom, he's right into the second fight.
I mean, we saw a lot of it in the beginning, too. We saw a lot of junk, we saw a lot of it. We saw a Ram, obviously, coming from Reynoldsburg. But even from Claremont, we saw some Junkrat coming in a little bit. Things like that can kind of control fights and keep the tempo in your favor. We see a lot with May, especially on Kings Row. That first point, obviously, you can try a Sim TP, and that's an advanced maneuver. I'd love to see it. I love seeing those Sim TPs. They go in, and like they're flying in from above, and I'm like, oh, this is fire. But I think for us, something a little different here. I think we might see some. It looks like, from what I see, looks like they're going to side swap. Looks like we'll have Reynoldsburg on the defense, on attack first, I believe. I'm looking at the screen there.
I am trying to see. It will be tough to figure that one out. We don't have an exact sense yet. I believe Reynoldsburg is going on the attack.
Looks like Reynoldsburg's giving. They chose the attack first, and we'll see Claremont on the defense. I think it'll be a really interesting game. I want to see how Claremont going to play this defense here. I think maybe we can see a Ram come out. I think Sig is a safe choice, but we saw them willing to play Sim. We saw them willing to play Ram. Things that necessarily you don't want to run into as a defender on Kings Row when you're playing Sig. Sig's ability is kind of run under his shield and his bubble then, and so he kind of has to rotate. The rock isn't as strong. You have to rotate in a little bit. It's stuff like that you gotta kind of look out for.
Yeah, it's a tough decision. We're going to see it from two sides. So if you play as the defenders, generally the team that is doing the best and has won the last map is going to want to play defenders simply because, well, we're doing well, we didn't have any struggle. It's our way of saying, hey, we can defend against you, we're going to hold you, and then we're going to have an easy attack and keep it going. The difference, though, if Reynoldsburg is worried, they might play attack here because then, oh my gosh, we're playing into Winston. We're going to go right out on them. We're going to destroy them and then keep on that attack. It's very demoralizing. But also from there, that is showing their own confidence in the ability to not only attack, get 3 points, but then say, oh, well, we'll still defend you the same.
I mean, I think one of the most important things we can see there is kind of like what you're talking about. I think we saw in especially on map 2, we saw Claremont try to take those high grounds to get those Ash and Soj their windows for opportunity. And look at those windows of opportunity. Genji was there. So we might try to see, we're entering the game now. I want to see their positioning, how they begin the map. Will they play up with the choke fighting, or will they try to play back and take advantage of the high ground? And if so, do they have a plan for that Genji? I think it was Crafty on Genji was all over the place. Backline Ash will just drop, and that's the fight initiation they need. Ram goes in, cleans up that fight immediately. So let's start moving the next map here. Kings Row. Claremont, I believe, is...
Oh yeah, we have moved into the Kings Row map, it looks like. I believe Claremont is the attack here. Am I crazy for saying that?
It looks about right. I think they swapped. when we were in the lobby. So I think it looks like they'll swap around. I believe Reynoldsburg's on the attack. Interesting. We'll see Crivel roll
Claremont
out.
is on the defense, actually. We have seen a swap.
Interesting comp here. I think we'll see, we see the Mercy, we see the Moira, we see the Soldier, Soj, Sig. I think we're going to see them try to play back a little bit. Take the high ground, hold the advantage. But we see Reynoldsburg. I see two things off the bat that might have a little bit of a threat for Claremont. We see the Winston taking the high ground, and we see Crivel on Widow. I'd be careful with Crivel on Widow. I think he's going to try to get an angle there, and they're going to try to hit that. So we might see them play. It looks like they're playing on the ground floor, actually kind of leaving that high ground a little open. So maybe we'll be careful. We see... I see another big problem. Reynoldsburg has an Ana kind of rolling out. Purple will be really big. There is no real source of cleansing right now coming from Claremont.
Claremont should have seen this coming with the Sig. I mean, it's going to be
some
tough.
more swaps coming. Looks like they're still getting the comms situation. We'll see they roll out. Looks like we got the Ana moving to a Brig.
Oh, Widow roll out here. Going to see if they can get an early
peek on
pick
the right
with
side.
A nice peek. Does not look like it's going to get anything crazy just yet. Getting some shots out, though. Claremont is going to have to be careful into this Widow, but the Widow goes down. Good hold from Claremont right there.
Crivel's
coming out.
Early.
Yeah, let's see. I think Widow might get a swap off here. Ramattra going strong again, forcing Claymont to pull back. It looks like the Soldier is getting hurt a little bit. With the Mercy, though, they are staying in it right now. Reynoldsburg waiting for the DPS to come back out. I assume Widow's getting back into a peak. Ramattra hitting with the Nemesis form, going straight into try and get a kill on the Soj. Soj taking some damage, will die for it. Going for the Mercy now. Mercy taking some hits. Looks like they are going to back up. Mercy will get the res off, but they've already lost the Soldier as well, down to just 1 DPS here. It looks like Reynoldsburg is going to be able to force Claymont off of point. Nemesis form out again, going for the Mercy, pummeling the back line. That is 1, almost going for 2. Will he get it? Yes, that is 2, and with the help of his Brig, the Ramattra is going to be able to finish off Claymont and cap the point. Oh my gosh, Joey, what did you see there?
I think one thing I want to talk about really quick, Tippy's, what's the word here I'm looking for? The Tippy's discipline. We saw the way they were just kind of pushing up with their normal Ram Omnic form, and then immediately Rock came out. It was a swing and a miss. That's all right on this part. Immediately Nemesis form comes out, pummel. I think we're gonna see that. We see that the whole match series so far, where they're kind of waiting for those abilities that stop their push, and then immediately we see Judo Ring, and we see Nemesis form pop out, and then it's field day for the Ram right now. They don't really have Claymont doesn't really have any. Oh, it's the word. They don't have any punishment for Ram going in right now. I mean, we'll see a risk coming out with Spear and Fortify and Spins. We'll see some better stuff there, but there's not really any punishment for the Rams, though. He's getting a lot of free Ram. We're seeing a lot of just things that now, obviously with Sig, especially now, we're going to see a lot more free Ram for Cripple on Widow. It's just that I'm really interested. I think the Soj E is really helping him a lot right now, kind of keep him at bay. We saw a kind of early pick that came out. Oh, an early pick from Cripple on the
another
Mercy.
pick going here. Yeah, I think the Widow is just going to be tough for Claymont to play into. Clearly, they're struggling right now, and I mean, the Widow doesn't even have a Mercy pocket, and it is causing a lot of devastation into Claymont with one. Definitely seeing the help from the Orisa right here to stop the Ramattra. Ramattra ult is going to come out. Orisa struggling to deal with it, but Ramattra is taking the hit. Brig ult coming out to support the Ram. Ram taking some damage. Will he survive? Yes, he will. Looks like Claymont is taking the hits right now. Reynoldsburg pushing strong. Orisa will not be able to make it out of the fight. And then looks like Reynoldsburg is going to get that first cap, or at least hold Claymont for a while right now. Oh my gosh, Joey, this is a tough one if you're Claymont. What do you think they need to do?
I think it's a I think you need some sort of way to punish that Ram. Maybe with an Ana, whether it's a Ana, whether it's a Torb turret, even a Bastion to kind of keep the rotation, get your abilities on rotation, so the Ram has to watch his Nemesis form. Even the Ana, I think, is the most simplest thing we can see here. It's a little rough right now for him. I mean, we're seeing the advantage. 3 ults coming in, only 2 Reynoldsburg's 1 active right now, so we can see an early ult come out, I think. Ooh.
Oh my gosh, good pick from the Widow right there, sending that Sojourn right out of here. That is another one down. Another pick from the Widow, sending him right back to the Nether.
Cripple, I think he's just a lot of free reign right now. He is, after we saw the switch from off the Sig from Claymont, he just has so much free reign, and then he's kind of able to poke away them, get early picks that help initiate the fight there. It's kind of a field day we're talking about for that Ram. He's getting a lot of free reign. He's pushing up a lot. It's just, once that Orisa or easy picks out, it's early. Oh, Azure, quick pick on Cripple.
Yeah, early pick from the Orisa right here, getting the Widow. That is going to be good for them, but it looks like Reynoldsburg does not care. Going strong. Juno ult comes out. Sojourn comes out. Orisa comes out. It is an ult palooza right here, and it looks like the Sojourn is going to be able to finish the supports. Yep. And it looks like Reynoldsburg is coming out with a fight win right here. We still have Ramattra on the Reynoldsburg side, and Claymont has lose everything they have. Will they be able to hold those Soldier running onto point? It is not going to be enough. The Mercy cannot keep them up long enough. Nemesis form is out from Ram with the ultimate, and Reynoldsburg is going for that point. 4 whole minutes is devastatingly long time against Claymont.
This is Cripple's game, I feel like. I'm not trying to focus on one side, but Cripple had an amazing game. He was rolling the Widow. I was a little skeptical. We had a Sig shield, but then we saw a critical swap from Claymont on a Sig, and that was kind of Cripple field there. Cripple and the Ram saw Tippy as well. Sorry, not Tip. We saw them kind of ready to go. Tippy and Cripple had a lot of free reign. The heroes they were playing, kind of, their counters kind of were non-existent there. A lot of free reign. You saw the Widow picks immediately. Widow pick or a Ram pick early, initiating fights, leading the fights in their favor, and now we're moving. It looks like we have a couple updates too for Franklin Heights Athens. Looks like Franklin Heights is up 2-0 right now, and it looks like Reynoldsburg Claymont were going to now Claymont's attack here. I'm interested in the attack there. We're seeing a lot of kind of not double hit scam, but not a lot of quick hybrid dive DPS. Not a lot of Trace, not a lot of Genji, not a lot of Sombra, not a lot of Venture. Things that we kind of want to see maybe to get a little offense, to take the pressure off the tank. And it's kind of, it looks like we get new comps here. Now, this is a true Claymont. I don't know if this is like there's a rollout comp or not.
Interesting from Claymont, that's for sure.
We were talking about earlier, we like seeing new comps, like something that changes the game a little bit. We see Ball, we see Bastion, we see Ashe, we see Ana. So these are new things. We're talking about how critical that Ana pick might be pretty early. Like, I'm happy to see that Claymont taking that adjustment they need to do here. So when we Ram, now has to worry about. Maybe we'll have to see the Brig, which you see is coming out. It looks like almost Reynoldsburg is anticipating the ball play there. Like, Brig will be in the back line protecting whatever Brig tries to protect. Usually the Juno, the other support, maybe even the Soj. Like, those things, you got kind kind of look out for. That might have a little hindrance on this comp. We see Bastion. We see a lot of punishing for the Ram coming out right here. And that's kind of what we were talking about earlier. Punishing that
100%.
Ram player there.
I think Claymon's finally realizing that they cannot just ignore these characters anymore. The problem I see is the Mercy. I don't really see why we have a Mercy in this comp. With Ball trying to dive, maybe it's to help the Bastion with the damage, but we've also seen this Mercy in a lot of different fights, so I'm assuming... Ooh, quick pick on the side of Reynoldsburg. Ball going in there, looking like they're trying to get a pick. Ramantra Nemesis form comes out, punishing the Bastion. Bastion is going to dive for it, but the Ramantra is going to go as well. Ball running in there to try and take advantage of the lack of a tank. Brig is defending just like you called it, Joey. Will they be able to hold on the side of Reynoldsburg with this ball going through their back line and taking advantage of all the lack of tanks? Ooh, ball is punished, and that is it. Reynoldsburg tank running back. Bastion is in there. Reynoldsburg taking another pick after pick, losing their Juno. Looks like it's a 3v4 right now.
Yeah, it's kind of looks like it's a 1v3. They're kind of a 2v2. Looks like Ram is coming back. Yeah, it looks like Bastion's getting a couple picks while he can, and that's a good attacker advantage right now. They have attacker advantage. They're closer. Those early picks are helpful, but it looks like they came back a little too quickly. And the speed was in their favor there. I think we saw a really good push at that. That's what we're talking about. Those different comps kind of change the game. We saw Ball kind of dive in the backline. I think it's a little too advantageous there a little early, but I think if you can kind of coordinate a little better with their pushes, I think we'll see a really good push and probably get a cap here from Claymon if we're lucky here. Keep the match going.
The ball dive is going to help them a lot. I think the problem is the Mercy is just left too open now, and they're losing their support fights because of this. The Genji, as you can see, he's looking at it right now, and is going to probably take advantage of the fact right when that Bastion gets into an angle that is tough for the Mercy. Ooh, Bastion down already. Looks like Sojourn's ult is coming out. Ball is at 15 health. Look like they're going to try to run back to spawn. Reynoldsburg is destroying Claymon right now on the attack. Or, sorry, defense. And then looks like that is going to be a loss for Claymont right there. 2 minutes, 18 seconds left right now. Do you think they're going to be able to get that point?
Full comp swap. We just saw that full comp swap kind of flashing. So Farmers is coming back out. Tracer, Zar. Oh, this I'm excited to see. We see Crate on the Soch, really strong spark, but OC is gone. You have a little bit of free reign. Maybe, as long as the Pharmacy stays strong, they keep away. It looks like Genji's trying to get a little early pick there, but I think the new comp might help them a lot right now. Oh, Genji's going with Blade
coming out.
Big
that is
Blade.
2 down. Very, very good Blade right here. Going for the Mercy right now. Will not be able to get her, but sadly, Claymont has already lost a lot. The rest of Reynoldsburg rolling in to help him out. The Zarya is super charged right now. Got that diamond armor going. But oh my gosh, that is insane right now. Genji going crazy with the Ramantra, sending them all back to spawn. That is very, very big. Oh, and we got a little nap going for Tippy. Getting some rest and relaxation right in there.
I think what we were talking about earlier, I think those advantages they need to take there to kind of win the fights. We're seeing Venture come out. We're talking about Venture now, taking an angle to try to get some pressure off of the tank, off the Mercy, especially off the Ana. Slower characters that can pick off. Mercy can fly around and moth around for a little bit, but Ana, outside of Sleep being gone, that's an easy, quick target for Ram. We're going to see some swaps come to hopefully relieve that pressure that Claymont's feeling right now.
Exactly. Claymont is going on the offensive right now, trying to get some pressure in there with the Venture swap now. That looks pretty good. Ooh, Ramantra taking some hits, but is able to get out. Reynoldsburg pulling back a little bit, pulling out the Ramantra ult now. Zar is very, very charged. Looks like Ramantra is going straight back for the supports right now. Going for the Mercy. Oh, that is 2 now with the Sojourn helping out as well. It looks like Reaper is going to try to escape. Ooh, will not make it. 48 seconds left on the clock. Claymont does have some ults, but so does Reynoldsburg. Both support ults is going to be a tough thing to beat when you have Brig and Juno. This is going to be tough, Joey. What do you think?
Brig, Juno, and Soj. I mean, I think Cray on that Soj has just been deadly. Deadly dispute. You got to look out for that. Those kind of things are just sending their team back to the nether. And it's just things like that you got to look out for. I mean, those quick picks, and we're seeing out, they're trying to get that last push, early damage on the Ram. Going in. Oh, a lot of ults coming out now. Let's see how this fight goes.
Juno and the Brig coming out, hitting him with that flint and steel. It is going to be a tough one here. Reynoldsburg pulling out more and more ults, sending Claymont right back. We still have 2 DPS ults on the side of Reynoldsburg, and Claymont is going to be rushed to touch in the last 10 seconds of this fight. Hopefully they can get there in time. We have the Widow pulling out and the ball. They are going to rush for it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They're rushing for it. They're going to touch in time. The Mercy made it with her ult, but the rest of the team is pushing in fast. Looks like Reynoldsburg is going kill after kill right here. Claymont struggling, keeping the ball on point. Hopefully he can make it. Oh, this is going to be a tough one. Looks like Reynoldsburg is pulling out the map point again.
Tough loss there. I think, there's a lot. I think one thing that was stopping Claymont was their just quick change. A lot of changes. They weren't able to get a lot of ults out. They were bringing different things. I think the big swap there, the Zark and Farmers comp was really helpful. But, I mean, Krivel, everything we see from them today has been powerful, keeping them at bay. The Reynoldsburg DPS are just keeping them on lock in the backline right now. They are not letting any creativity or fun things kind of pop through right now, and they're just kind of keeping it their game. We talked about that earlier, keeping it their game. They are not seeing the different comps we're seeing come out here. I mean, here we see with this push here near the end. Like, even when they're swapping, the Soch was just on point today, keeping stuff at bay. Great map from the Renzo Raiders so far.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy for Reynoldsburg coming out of this flashpoint now as they start to now play into Reynoldsburg's love for speed, it seems. I think Claymont did start to get something together there. The ball was a good idea, starting to go for more for the dive, but they're just not committing to it. It's a tough thing to watch.
It's just almost like not lack of coordination, but it's just the coordination's like a little interesting. They're getting a little stuck. We saw it near the end there with the Ramble that kind of sealed that last 30 seconds. We saw Ram go in. We saw the Zarya kind of break around the right to the statue, and it was just a little rougher. I mean, like, we saw it kind of go around there, and it was not, especially because then the Ram kind of, like we talked about earlier, speed ring, free ran in the back line, it was just kind of not what we're looking for there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. As we go on to this final map, I definitely think we're going to see the Pharmacy come back out again. It's going to work for Claymont if they can stick to the dive. The problem is what we're seeing is finally we got the Venture, finally we got the ball going, but then we didn't have the Pharmacy. And when we throw that on there, the Mercy just outside of that Pharmacy area does not have enough utility to be active in the rest of that comp. Oh, and it looks like we are getting the signal back here that we are going to take a minor break for a quick pause. We are going through. Looks like Franklin Heights now has that 2-0. Reynoldsburg also with their 2-0. Moving on to the Northwest and Dublin Coffin starting up. But we will be back with you in the next couple of minutes as we take a quick break.
College experience shouldn't be one size fits all. That's why at Ohio University, our students step onto campus together as one class, then branch off to explore their unique interests and ambitions. At Ohio, finding your way is about far more than choosing a few electives. It's about connecting with experiences that empower you to follow your curiosity and prepare you for whatever comes next. And since Bobcats help Bobcats, you'll be supported every step of the way by faculty and alumni here and around the world. No two Bobcats follow identical paths, but by their last day as students, each one has discovered the people, places, and opportunities that will prepare them for the next chapter. At Ohio University, we go beyond the college experience to deliver your college experience, filled with connections and moments that will move you forward forever.
And welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that little bit of break. We did too, getting rest and relaxed as we get to see this next map pulling up. Looks like it is going to be Colosseo. Looks like we are going on to push. Originally, I thought it was going to be a hybrid.
No, so map 3 is actually, they get a chance to make. They get Pusher, Flashpoint. Clash has been there, but with the removal of Clash from the competitive playlist right now, Clash is no longer a map option. So we're seeing Pusher, Flashpoint. Almost every map, I believe, is open for them to pick there. I mean, we see them go Push. I think Push is a very interesting play here. I mean, we're seeing a lot of issues with Claymont kind of keeping momentum in their favor. When they get momentum, they're doing great right now. It's great pop-ups. They're getting a lot of utility out of their team. But Reynoldsburg is great about keeping tempo in their favor at the same time, though. So I'm interested to see what the Claymont comp is rolling out here. I mean, Coliseum recently reworked a couple seasons ago, I think, now. So there's a lot of changes kind of happening to that map. I'm very excited to see the comp here. I think I will bet we'll see that Farmercy again. Kind of playing that side angle if they're coming from the right or the left, either side, playing that, shooting in, forcing their Genshu kind of play off, and just hopefully they can keep them alive.
Yeah, if you're Claymont here, you need to have this map win to be able to stay in it. Reynoldsburg is going to go fast. You know that.
Ooh.
You need to respond in kind. It looks like we are going to see Claymont coming out on the side of the Zarya again, which was not bad. I think Zarya is going to be good here, get the damage out here. Sticking with the Mercy again, which is now going to be a lot more difficult, being we only have the Sojourn Zarya for the Mercy to pocket. Lucio coming out will be strong, and Tracer too. Tracer, I think this is the first time seeing that from Claymont.
I believe so, yes. I think Claymont, this is what we call more traditional comp, I think, with the meta right now. I mean, obviously, still on the Mercy, but Mercy might be a good pick for them if they're comfortable with that. Let them play it. I mean, like we said, like the creativity. I'm interested to see what they roll out with here. I mean, Reynoldsburg kind of running very similar like that comp usually. Those 4 like golden characters you can kind of play in almost every comp right now with the meta. And then at Winston, which I'm really excited to see, gives a little more dive and get away from the brawl, see what they can get rolling with here.
Yeah, Reynoldsburg switching up their higher damage for more of a dive focus with the Winston. This is going to be good, especially into that Zarya. Lucio going down, Mercy going down. Claymont is already taking a major hit. Looks like we're going to see the Zarya go next, and then the DPS are going to try to run, unable to do anything into this Winston. That is going to be a big fight win for Reynoldsburg. Already out here getting the push bot moving. What do you think Claymont's got to do, Jay?
I mean, I think
Tracer unable to hide.
Oh, caught out there. I mean, I think you kind of said there. It's like the speed game right now. Claymont, I like the Lucio rollout. Oh, we kind of came in and tried to save his team. Like, got caught a little early. I'm very interested about that touch there. I mean, that was kind of not a feed. Not anything. It was a really close game that maybe it was not needed too much. Get him a little close there. It was not the best move, but I mean, we'll see him come out of spawn here. They'll have a good advantage with the defense here, probably coming back. They just gotta try to find a way to deal with those Reynoldsburg DPS. That duel right now that we're seeing is just popping off right now. It's uncountable how well they're doing right now.
Exactly. The Winston's going to be tough providing that shield. It looks like the Claymont idea is to just run into him to try and get some damage in. But again, we're seeing that Mercy is just getting punished again and again and again. It looks like we are seeing a comm switch playing out in the Lari right now on the side of Claymont, but it is not enough with the Mercy going down and then the Zarya. Looks like Reynoldsburg is having a bit of a heyday here with their dive.
I wouldn't even say it's dive there. I think what's happening right now is they're just having that tempo advantage. I think you're definitely right. The dive is helping them a lot. Like Winston is really strong to get behind their back line. They have a lot of non-moving slow characters. Wow, really quick pulse from Cray there. But stuff like that is what we're looking out for right now. I mean, we're seeing they're playing really backfoot and defensive, and they try to get that early pick to the advantage. We're looking for a pick from Gone Rogue on the Soj to try to get those fights going in their favor.
Yeah, it looks like Reynoldsburg is keeping up the advantage here, holding Claymont into their spawn as best they can as they get the bot moving. 90 meters already on the clock with just 1 minute in. It is going to be fast if Claymont cannot hold them to something here. Mercy ult coming out on the side of Claymont to try and get some extra damage in here. The Czar is fully charged into the Winston, forcing him back. Reynoldsburg playing back a little bit right now, but staying strong as they start to push off those side angles. Mercy res right here. Oh, but the Sojourn is going to go down again to the Tracer, followed by the Alari and then the Mei. Now Claymont down to just 2 is going to watch their Mercy fall down to the Winston, and then soon afterwards is going to be the Zarya. This is going to be tough as we see Reynoldsburg pull up to the 120 meter mark already at the 7:30. A minute 30 into the game. Claymont is going to have to pull something out here soon, otherwise they're about to watch that push map fall. Oof, this is going to be tough. What do you think, Joey? Is there enough time?
I mean, maybe the time probably get one touch. Oh, looks like nope, that Primal Rage in the end zone with the OC is just not what we're looking for there. That cap there, quick cap from Reynoldsburg. And we saw the aggressiveness, the tempo that got him this win here. Claymont was just not able to keep up with what Reynoldsburg was selling today.
Yeah, I mean, it is, first of all, incredible for Reynoldsburg. They looked very, very good. They had an incredible map right there. The problem here, though, is Claymont, yeah, you're right, could not keep up with the tempo. They could not go against the speed there. And we saw them pulling that dive originally. You think they'd be able to respond in kind to that. That's just tough.
I think it's the tempo. I think we saw a really great performance from the Reynoldsburg DPS too. I think Criffle, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing Cray, whatever it is just doing a really maybe doing a really good job just kind of keeping them baiting. They want to mine. They're yearning for the mines. They want the win. They're going for gold right now. It's stuff like that. It's just a really strong, great performance from Claymont. They did their best there. I think they really tried to bring their fight there. It's just it wasn't really in their favor right there. They just couldn't keep up with the Reynoldsburg DPS and the speed they were bringing this game.
Yeah, it's one of those combinations there. It's one of those abilities where if Reynoldsburg can bring the speed, they can bring the power, they're going to be able to do a lot, and that's what we saw here. I mean, Claymont definitely had something. They were starting to get something together. The problem is now you take away the slow aspect of those hybrid maps, and then you put them into push. All of a sudden, Claymont now has to really respond quickly, otherwise they aren't going to have anything, and that's what we saw here. They were just pushed too hard. They were going too fast for Claymont to catch up to. Reynoldsburg was able to have that on them, and from there, we saw the loss.
It was just really tough. The tempo, like we said, was really punishing them, and it was stuff like that. I mean, we keep saying it, but it was a really good performance. So I think we saw some glimpses of hope there, and we really should kind of carry the momentum forward. It was close games both times. It was just a really unfortunate season, so they couldn't just keep up with the ramp comp at all.
Yeah, one of those combinations like the speed and the Winston you could also see as like the chicken and lava. But it becomes a really cooked meat right there, and that's what happened. I mean, we saw them really cook. From there, though, I believe we are going to see to catch the Northwest and Dublin Kaufman game. I believe we are going to.
Looks like they're on map 2 on Kings Row right now, from what I can see from the corner of my eye right now. But looks like they're running. Looks like we're seeing some really interesting stuff on Kings Row right now. Looks like I think we're gonna maybe try to get either a silent cast up there right now for that game.
Yeah, I believe we're trying to get into that map right now, and then we will finish it off to see what happens. But pulling in here, I believe Franklin Heights had a pause on their game as we had some disconnection issues. But hopefully from there we will see the finisher. Reynoldsburg moving on, most likely playing into the winner, which could be Franklin Heights here. And then Worthington Kilbourne will, of course, go against the winner of the Northwest Dublin Kaufman game. What are you seeing over there, Joey?
Looks like Franklin Heights on map 3 right now. They're on Runasapi from what I can see from it. Looks like they're on a technical pause right now, I believe. Looks like they're kind of holding it right now. I mean, it's really close. I mean, I can't really see too much. The menu is paused for the spectator view. I'm trying to lean back in my chair and take a look, but I cannot see too much that far back.
Yeah, from there, I think, actually, Franklin Heights Athens started prior to the Reynoldsburg Claymont games, and by a good margin, too, so they've been pretty competitive this entire time. Of course, always rooting for the Athens teams, but not to be too biased. Going from that, though, I think if this stays competitive, we might be able to see Athens come back out on top. From there as well, Northwest Dublin Kaufman is a new game that we are going to see a, hopefully, good look at what the Dublin Kaufman or Northwest team can pull out there, and especially going into Worthington Kilbourne will be difficult. Joey, anything else? Final thoughts?
Not that I think that was a really good game Overwatch. I mean, it's always fun to see some great stuff. Looks like, yeah, I'm excited to watch these upcoming games here. I think Caden, famed Ohio Esports Overwatch caster, is coming up. Make sure you do not let him know on Instagram, and do not let him know on X/Twitter. Do not let him know in chat that you're excited to see him come back. You can't let him know that. He has to want to be back up here. But I think Caden's joining us later. I think he's gonna take over for me. I think Sam Big Whoop from the Ohio varsity team here. I think we'll see some people. I think Smash is also getting started. I see them setting up over there on the switches. I think they're getting set up pretty soon. So I think we'll have a second stream going up, I believe, on YouTube.
Pretty soon.
Smash games, yeah, pretty soon.
But yeah, thank you for sticking with us as we started off for you. We're going to move on to that silent stream, hopefully in the next couple of minutes. Again, thank you for tuning in. We've got a good day for you planned here, and then we're about to see some more Overwatch later on. And also, thank you for tuning into our slight Minecraft references as we start to move on here. And we are about to go to intermission. Again, thank you all, and we will release.
Welcome back, everybody, to another to round 2 of the CSC Ohio. My name's Caden, joined you by Sam, and we're ready for some good Overwatch. Round 1 ended just a little bit ago. 3 Overwatch. It might be Overwatch 2, but I think there is a sequel because a lot of 3 Overwatch in the game. So as you see right here, Franklin Heights 3-0 to Athens. The hometown team unfortunately did not make it any further. Reynoldsburg 3-0 Claymont. A lot of good stuff I saw.
It should be it should be a pretty good match coming forward. Reynoldsburg took it in pretty dominant fashion on Claymont, and Franklin Heights looked pretty dominant on Athens. So this should be a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean, Battle of Titans here. Franklin Heights, first seed, 7-0 in regular season play. One state a couple of years back. You know, this is a very dominant team. You gotta be scared of them. You gotta put respect on their name. Franklin Heights, though, also a team to be afraid of. Yeah,
what do you expect coming forward with comps and team and going on?
Well, I was fortunate enough to be able to actually talk to both coaches. It seemed like the meta in this tournament is a lot of Ramatra, a lot of that brawl. I mean, he's a great hero right now. We saw that in ESC play. That's collegiate. Sam here, varsity collegiate player, if you're unaware. Premier Lucio Feeder, player.
Hey, okay.
But it seems like the name of the game is going to be Ramatra. Franklin Heights, very good dive team, though. You know, I was fortunate able to talk to both coaches, like I said. Coach Ben on Franklin said that, you know, linchpin of the success has been a good dive play, you know, playing aggressive, playing fast, early picks. So we're going to have to see. We're going to see how this dive look is going to be able to go into the oppressive ramp.
Yeah, and the ram with the snare is really hard to dive into. I mean, you have to land like a big nade and have good focus fire to be able to take it into that comp.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of ram. It seems like this recent update has really taken him to the forefront of the meta. Perks especially have helped him out. His Ravenous Vortex is even more ravenous than it was before. Really being able to shut down dives if you play it correctly. I mean, you can't jump through a Ravenous Vortex. So if you play it smart, you can really counter these dives before they even begin. You know, and I was able to get a little bit more of insight of what it was going to take to win. You know, Coach from Reynoldsburg said, you know, their play style, they don't want to force anything. They want to play the other team's game. They want to wait for the moment to strike and then gang up. Just, you know, look for the moment to strike, find it. You know, very disciplined play. New York Excelsior, you know. Wait for them to make the mistake. We're not going to make the mistake first. But, you know, Franklin Height, I mean, a great stylistic battle. You know, they want to be early. They want to get early picks. They want to take the tempo to them. So, I mean, 2 clashing play styles. We're going to have to see. You know, it's the unmovable object versus the unstoppable force. I believe I said that right. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how these 2 teams match up stylistically. I think it's going to be an exciting gameplay. We're going to see who gets what they want, you know. Both these teams, not a lot of you know, pushback in the regular season. Very successful, you know, our 2 top placers. I mean, this is a fortunate for us, a great thing to watch, you know. And Franklin Heights even spoke on that. You know, Coach Ben was saying, you know, great team. We're very confident in our abilities, but you know, we haven't been tested as much as maybe we want to during the regular season. So we need to see if this, you know, 7-0 team can keep it up against the best of the best, you know, not breaking down against tension. I mean, Sam, you can speak to this, you know, those busy games against good teams, you know. I mean, speak to the mindset of what it's like playing against it.
Yeah, no, it's hard. When you're in the thick of it like that and you're playing these games, it's really hard to keep your head on a swivel, my bad. And you really have to be with your team and cohesive. But what I saw from Reynoldsburg is it's really surgical when they play. They were constantly looking for staggers and just really kind of keeping it together.
Yeah, I mean, togetherness is the name of the game in Rush. I mean, essentially, Rush, you want a death ball. You know, you want to be on that person that you know is vulnerable. You want to take advantage of that. You want to get through them. And it really seems like that's what they were able to do against Athens and Claymont, you know. So, yeah, we're just going to have to see. Looks like we are still in the lobby. It's going to take a couple more minutes, so sorry for the delay. You get stuck with us, I know. Unfortunately, if you weren't aware, River Valley, update on the rest of the bracket, River Valley unable to make it, unfortunately, due to flooding and some other issues. Obviously, River Valley, given the name, probably sounds pretty prone to flooding.
Yeah, that rain last night was crazy. It was striking lightning, and we got hit pretty bad here in Athens.
Yeah,
but
so
it looks like we're bouncing back here.
Yeah, so if you're watching from River Valley, so sorry you guys couldn't make it. We were looking forward to having you. Great job this season. Congratulations. Unfortunately, you weren't able to finish it the way you want to, but I hope you guys can keep your head held up high and come back next year. We're looking forward to having you guys. Also, Dublin Coffin versus Northwest. Dublin Coffin able to take it to Northwest 3-0. Yeah, that's what you want to see. Looks like we will also be playing Worthington Kilbourne. Did get the first round bye against River Valley. They were not there to compete. Dublin Coffin, they're going to be going up against each other. It will not be on stream, but it will be a good one nonetheless. We will keep you updated when we can. How do you think, speaking of that, Worthington Kilbourne, kind of an unknown factor. Kind of got that unofficial first round bye, maybe not as warm. What do you think Worthington Kilbourne needs to do in order to maybe get over any nerves they have?
I think just really talk with your team. That's really the main part, is you with your team, and that starts from getting on the same page of like how we want to rotate around the map. What do we want to use to open up our team with? Really just kind of spearheading with your supports and with your tanks, I think, is just really walking together, especially in these Rams where you run as a death ball. You want to go at the back line. You want to use your cooldowns to enter the fight and then extend it with ring or with form. Really just kind of go forward.
Awesome. I mean, I love having Sam on the table. I was unable to do it this year because he was, playing varsity, one of the top teams in ESC.
Hey, yeah, we placed third.
Yeah.
So.
Unfortunately, not able to go to playoffs.
Yeah.
Are we salty about it? Yes. But, that's fine.
Just makes next year all better.
Yeah, next year. So, I mean, look, I know this is high school, but you know what high school leads into? College. If your kid wants to see what's up next, Esports Ohio has been sponsored by Ohio University, or not sponsored, but it's in conjunction. This has been put on in conjunction with Ohio University and specifically Ohio Esports. Not to be confused with Esports Ohio. I know, amazing name scheme, but yeah, I mean Ohio Esports, one of the premier teams in Ohio for Overwatch. If you or a loved one are an Overwatch player and interested, come on by. I mean, check into a previous live stream. Great team, a lot of fun to be had. I mean, Sam, this was your first year on a varsity roster. Why don't you speak to your experience a little bit?
Yeah, joining Overwatch, I played it a long time throughout high school and just kind of found a home here in Athens, especially with the Overwatch team. I've had some of my close friends, and it's just a really great thing to come out here and show your skills and have a good time. We've got a great facility here. We got great casters. We've got great production team behind back, and it's really just a way to find your home. So definitely come check it out.
Yeah, I mean, this esports arena, located Script 001 at Ohio University. It is a state-of-the-art facility, over 40 PCs, top-of-the-line hardware. A lot of these high schools don't have maybe the benefit of being able to play in an environment like this. So it's awesome for them to be able to have this opportunity, especially something that can hold so many games.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, we're going to be having 4 games, Smash, Overwatch, Valorant, and Rocket League. Tomorrow will be Valorant and Rocket League. Today's Smash and Overwatch. If you're interested in seeing Super Smash Brothers, there is another live stream going on from Esports Ohio. Looks like we are into it. It looks like it will be Oasis. It will still take a minute. Got to take a pause, make sure both teams are ready.
Yeah, I expect to see on University, this is kind of a more rush-based map. I expect to see Rom, maybe Ryan. I could see an Arisa, too. I would love to see some of that come out, but I really think it is. Yeah,
Arisa?
Yeah. I think Arisa is kind of a sleeper pick in this meta right now. I think her spear does a lot, especially javelin spin is really good. Pair that with gold, you can't really do anything against that into Ramatra, so... especially paired with Ring is pretty good. So I expect to see maybe some of that, but I think the name of the game might be the form and ROM.
Yeah, I mean, we're in for intensity. That's the one thing I heard from both teams. They want to make it intense. It's going to be tight. It's going to be decisive. We're going to have to see how these early team fights go because, to be quite honest, a lot of games are won in those early stages, and we're going to want to see how, if a team falls down early, how they're going to respond. Obviously, we're seeing right now the meta or the complex right now. Probably not what it's going to stay as. Wrecking Ball on this map would be a shocking.
It could be shocking. I think it could work. I mean, obviously, we could just be goofing around in spawn, but I would really be excited to see a Wrecking Ball here.
Yeah, I mean, movers and shakers make the world turn. Playing a Wrecking Ball here would be a shocking move, but yeah, looks like it will be the Ramattra.
Like into the Doomfist too, which I think is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Franklin Heights said that they want to play off their dive. The dive's going to be tested definitely against a great team like this.
Early slam in from the Doomfist here. It looks like they want to take this left side. Oh, Cass is picked off early by the deflecting Genji.
Right. Yeah, Zexel not able to do anything about it. They're going to be pressuring in. Doomfist had to back up. A lot of ground taken early. Purple on Tippy not dissuading him at all. They stay in. Able to regroup Franklin Heights. They're going to be pushing back into this. They're still fighting with 4, but they think they can take it. Doomfist tries to punch in, gets blocked by the Brig. Cripple gets push feed. Sorry. Looks like that'll be 4 for Reynoldsburg. Able to take it to Franklin Heights. An early fight win for Reynoldsburg. They already capped the point, so they're gaining team progress already.
Yeah, it looked like that Doom got caught out there. It seemed like they wanted to rotate off to that left side there, but they couldn't end up getting through with the Ramattra shield, and a big nade landed as well.
Yeah, it looks like it will be a swap over to Junker Queen. They're looking for maybe take the Ramattra as much as they can.
Yeah, maybe rush down that Soj too. It looks like they're holding kind of close. Junker Queen's going to take the left side here with Shout used.
Yeah, once again, takes a quick angle. Unable to get anything, though. They had to back up. Ana falls low in the back line. Probably from the Soj rail. They're going to have to play this smart, caught off. Sojin takes an aggressive angle, almost gets punished for it. Able to get back in, able to get to healing. Looks like there's a flank going around. Zexel trying to find something. Looks like he gets close,
on
but
line
not
as well here. We could see a fast fight with this OC coming in fast. Oh, she gets caught
Zexel gets 2. Unexpected picks from Zexel. Cray is in the backline. He's looking for something, but it doesn't matter. 3 people already down for Franklin Heights. Franklin Heights will take it. They will cap the point. 60% for Reynoldsburg.
Yeah, they played fast there. They just kind of played on the back line of those aggressive angles being taken, and they cleared them out fast, and they just walk on point.
Yeah, we are going to be going into the next fight. Looks like there will be about 4 ultimates up for Franklin Heights, about 3-4 as well for Reynolds. Looks like we are going to be fighting this. Oh, Ramattra gets knifed on the point, pops ult. A lot of damage to be done to this squishy. Zexel tries to pop his ult, but Tippy is able to take care of him. Person has to back up. He's falling low. Crushfield, just the only one alive for Franklin. It looks like they are going to try to hold off, but it looks like it will not be much. Reynoldsburg caps point again. Only had to use 1 ult there.
Yeah, and staggering out the soldier too. They held their ults there, but that Ramattra ult was just too much to handle on point for a staggered Franklin Heights.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see how this goes. Junker Queen tries to push in early. Oh, a big pick on Crushfield.
Oh,
Push feed is down. Cripple, major pick there.
Yeah, he seems like the X Factor coming in here. Oh, he's taking a hard angle too. I could see a fast here with Ring, and we're going to
Nano Blade comes through. Tippy gets 1, picks up on Exel. That was 3 ultimates for Reynoldsburg. A massive investment in this fight, but it looks like it's paid off. Overclock comes in, Cripple. The Kitsune Rush tries to come out. This is the final fight. They need to cap this, but it doesn't look like there's going to be anybody there besides the one on point. Person going to try to do his best. Cray almost falls, but is able to stay alive. Ultimate gets put up from Person. A lot of. Ooh, yeah. Looks like that'll just be push to try to stay alive, but it looks like that will not be enough. Zexel is going to try to get there. Doesn't look like he can. Looks like this will be in .1 for Reynoldsburg.
Yeah, Reynoldsburg took that in big dominant fashion. It really looked like Reynoldsburg was taking more angles than Franklin Heights was. Nobody was really checking that Sojourn at first. I think they need to kind of look at their rotates and how they are marking angles going forward.
Yeah, I mean, .1, very close. Unfortunately, not enough for Franklin Heights. Had some good looks there. Reynoldsburg just able to kind of win fights in the neutral, and then take it to them, with these ultimate heavy fights when they needed to at the end. I mean, banking ultimates is typically not what you need. Typically it's economical use of ultimates, but when you're winning fights in the neutral, you don't need ultimates.
Yeah, they were all able to just press Q at the end there. So we're going to run out with the Queen comp. It looks like both going to match right here.
Yeah.
Reynoldsburg is taking main.
Yeah, they're going to want to stick on this. You know, maybe they like what they saw.
Early
Cray,
pick out
early
from
pick
Genji.
on Idslam. Idslam's fall. That's a major healing for Franklin Heights gone. They're going to have to take this
They
fight
might
with
push
low
back.
healing. But
Oh, that's a big
push
pick.
speed is down.
Oh.
Zexel does get blended, though. Healing down on both sides. Cray also falls. Franklin Heights may be turning this around. It looks like they've got high ground control. Reynoldsburg does. They're going to be able to push him. Franklin Heights needs to make a decision here soon. Vmora is going to be coming back. They're going to have full healing, but they are down their soldier. Cripple tries to get off. Looks like he may not make it.
Another
Flake
nade from Flake. Wow.
able to get Mr. Salt. Tippy falls. Cripple falls. Yeah, Zexel gets 2 in that fight. Franklin Heights takes an early fight after a quick pick on that Moira. Able to really take it from a behind position.
Yeah, that on a nade, Flake really hit those big nades there that kind of turned the fight. I mean, 53 to Nano compared to 12 on Orbit and 16 on Kiriko Alt. It's looking like the alt advantage is going to go in the way of Franklin Heights. I'd like to see what they go here. We got a knife and Ramatras walking forward.
Early high noon. They're going to be pushing the high ground. Person almost had a really big accident, unfortunately, mid. TP falls low, but 2 people, both DPS on Franklin Heights are down. Flake looks like they're going to follow. They do. Headslam gets Juno as well. A lot of members low for Franklin Heights. It looks like this will be a cleanup fight for Reynoldsburg as they are going to take the point. Looks like it's going to be about 35% for Franklin Heights. Yeah, looks like it will be.
It's hard for Franklin Heights to match these angles when Reynoldsburg is running this Juno with the ring. You know, they're able to rotate faster around. They're able to take more angles. Reynoldsburg is, Franklin Heights, my bad, really has to just kind of mark these angles and kind of look forward to see what is going on.
Yeah, I mean, Reynoldsburg has had incredible control of the high ground. As we say
Another
that,
pick
Cripple
from
gets a
Cripple.
rail shot on Idslam. Idslam falls low again. Their second, third fight in a row where they've gotten picked off early. I mean, I don't know if it's not supporting the back line. You know, Cripple finding the right angles out of position, but I mean, it really seems like the supporters are getting bullied in this game. Yeah, so they're going to be trying to fight against this high ground. I mean, they need to do something about it. Reynoldsburg is just being able to poke like nobody's business out here.
Yeah, Tippy's holding this high angle here. It's kind of hard for Franklin Heights to enter on the point as we see.
Shot comes out, they push in. Person's able to get Mr. Salt.
A big carnage
Person,
hit.
3. A big ult gets crippled. They're able to follow up on Blender. That's 3 people. Reynoldsburg, 4 person. Come on. Not able to get the 5. Idslam does take care of it. Kind of greedy if you ask me, taking away your teammates' 4K.
Yeah, and that was a really big rampage that came from the Queen. I mean, it hit 3 people. Suzu wasn't able to be used in enough time to be able to cleanse that, and they just fell.
I mean, decisive play from Person. A big, potentially game-changing move. I mean, winning that fight off 2 ults, you know, pretty good. That's what you want to see. But we're going to have to see as Reynoldsburg are coming up on some pretty important ults. Axe comes through early, hindered though. Have to shout to get out, barely able to get out. Annihilation comes through. Cray gets purple. Blender is 1. Tippy also falls, able to get push feed in the meantime. Oh, Cray, Pop Ult gets 1, gets 3, 4! Insane Dragon Blade mechanics, that's 5! Cray! Oh my goodness. Making my voice crack. Oh my goodness.
That was a big blade there. Tippy comes out and he uses the Ramatra ult and is not able to find anything, but kind of zones everybody up to high ground. And Genji is able to just blade and find them all at the end.
I mean, insane mechanics from Cray. That's what you want to see. You know, reminding me of Ohio Esports teammate of yours, maybe, huh?
Yeah, Topaz.
Cray 5K. Set the
Rush
tone.
is
Kitsune
early
Rush
here.
comes out early. They're looking for an early one. Cripple does
a
get
big nade.
push speed.
Suzu
Switches
is
off to the
used.
cast, actually. Yeah, it looks like they are just going to stay here. They don't want to push the advantage. Person is on point. This is final fight. Reynoldsburg wants to take this, but they want to have a little bit more time. Juno Ult comes out in this room. This is going to do a lot in this room. Looks like Sports going down. Idslam does get caught by Blender. They're in the Juno Ult. Person. Rampage gets crippled. Reynoldsburg, or Franklin Heights, currently on point. Looks like they take it. They weren't there to able to hold it. A lot of pressure from Franklin Heights, kind of pushes them off point. They can't get on there. Nemesis form comes out. They are pushing Blender right now. Oh, looks like he gets slept. Unable to do anything. Craig dashes in, gets push feed. Craig gets another one. A 2K from Craig. Does take a bite with Zexel, but Blender does follow up on him. Person gets Blender as well from the axe. Looks like Idslam will fall again. It looks like it is just Person here on the point. Looks like it's 3 for Reynolds or Franklin Heights right now. Mixing these up, and it looks like this will be Reynoldsburg. You know, an initial point cap from Franklin Heights in the beginning of this fight. gave them the time they needed to kind of get back into it. The ultimate's coming out here. Tippy might
Tippy is
fall
falling
here.
low.
Oh, the Nano
my
came in
gosh.
clutch. This might be enough. He's still alive, but the Nano reducing damage comes through. It looks like it'll just be Itflame and a couple more on the point. They're going to try to hold out as much as they can, but Flay can't stay alive. Blender does fall. It looks like it's a 2v1, or 2v2. Itflame, he's trying to stay alive. Looks like they're not able to. Blender does fall. Cray out with another ultimate. Looks like that'll be enough. That's all she wrote. Looks like no person stayed alive.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, person got crippled. This is one of the longest fights I've ever seen. Person trying to stay alive. Doesn't look like it's enough, and they get touched. Reynoldsburg, and an extended overtime fight somehow takes it.
Yeah, and that map was going back and forth there. The both contests coming on that Nano Soldier to really extend the fight there, and then with the Queen, it really looked good. I see some good thing from Franklin Heights. Reynoldsburg did kind of run away with it at the beginning, but it looks like Franklin Heights is kind of finding their groove.
Yeah, I mean, that last fight, I mean, I can't even, it was so hard to keep heads or tails of it because it never looked like it was in anybody's advantage. At first, it looked like Reynoldsburg had it. You know, the Nano Soldier comes through, gets Tippy. Maybe the supports were too focused on, killing the soldier rather than keeping their Ramatra up. I don't know. But then, reinforcements came. Reynoldsburg gets lower. More people come from Reynoldsburg. More people come from Tippy. Ults get used. I mean, I think we saw pretty much every ultimate in the game being used over the course of that contest.
Yeah, there was multiple Dragon Blades pulled during that fight. I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, we can't talk about Dragon Blades without talking about Cray. I mean, insane Dragon Blade mechanics. We're seeing Reynoldsburg currently coaching their team. They like what they saw, but they still want to keep this going. They don't want to get complacent, even in map wins. Obviously, you're not guaranteed a Cray 5K every game. So you want to play it smart, you want to play it cool, and that's what we're seeing from Reynoldsburg. Coaching coming in for both sides. They want to make sure that they are in tip-top shape going into this next one. I mean, how's it going, Jeff? Director Jeff Kuhn of Ohio Esports. Man who's making a lot of this happen, especially in the esports arena. Thank you to production once again for all the work they've been doing. A long day ahead of them. Also, the Esports Ohio people, making sure this runs. And awesome events for high school kids interested in esports, a growing field. I know. We're pretty much the same age. I know back when I was in high school, we did not have this opportunity to do a lot of this cool stuff that's going on right now. Yeah, no,
Ohio University definitely put it on for the esports organization here. Like you said, I didn't have an option to play high school esports. I would have loved to, and just to see everybody come out and see the energy here is wonderful. The turnout is great, and the teams look really good too. Looking back at Reynoldsburg, they looked like they really wanted to play fast. I know that's what the coach was saying, but they were playing fast with their rings and their 3-2-1s. It looked really well. Their Tracer player looked really good as well, kind of cleaning up those kills and being that off-angled demon, so to say, where you're not really able to mark this person who's constantly being a harassment to your backline of your Moira and your Ana as well. I did on Franklin Heights, their Ana player hit a lot of big nades that were really kind of clutching out in those fights. Finding the Genji, finding the Ramatra nade is pretty good to bait Suzu out fast, and then you can kind of play off of that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of great ultimate usage. An ability discipline here has really been kind of also the name of the game. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from both teams. I think we're going into a competitive map 2. We're going to have to see how Franklin Heights responds. Going down early in a map, or early in a match can kind of be demotivating. Franklin Heights, played it close, but they weren't able to, take it out in the end. You got to be really smart here about like how you coach the team, how you keep their, mental in check. I mean, you can talk about it. You lose map 1. How do you reset from map 2?
For map 2, I think the name of the game is to just do the same thing. It's a new map. Whenever we go down 1-0, we always say it's 0-0. You just play the game the way it was meant to be played, and that really starts with the players as a whole, just keeping morale high, being that energy, talking about pre-fight plans, and executing your rotates. It can be more hard to get back on track when you're staggering and when you're walking out of spawn, but using cooldowns just to get out of spawn can actually benefit you in the long run, because you're able to all stay as a group, especially in these Ramatra comps and these rush comps where you want to stay tight-knit together. It's easy to get kind of caught out when you want to mark angles and do other things like that.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get too cute with it can often be, a harm. Playing solid, fundamental, honest Overwatch is what you want to see. What we're going to be seeing from both these teams. Ramatra, the Doomfist. I mean, the Doomfist was an interesting attempt. I think we both were kind of a little bit more skeptical about it against this Ramatra. What do you think about the Doomfist pick today?
I don't think the Doomfist is that bad. I think with his perks, specifically, I believe it's the power block one where it allows him to act as a kind of a mini Diva Matrix, helps him a lot in the neutral game for him to kind of eat cooldowns and bait more things so he can get out. I also think it's really good in the Ramatra, being able to kind of stun form for a second and go in the back line and kind of wreak some havoc is really, really, really good, I believe. Especially, playing a dive comp where you're able to take more angles than the rush comp and sort of play faster than the rush comp, I think is pretty good. I mean, there's a difference between setting the tempo and your pace and how you want to play the game. And I think that the Doomfist can work. I think it's just, you got to kind of squeeze more value out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a little bit more of an uphill battle for Franklin Heights in their meta decisions. But, I mean, it can happen. I mean, 7-0 in regular season, probably not a fluke. A lot of great players on the side of Franklin Heights. They can definitely do this. Like Sam said, you got to be proactive. You got to be doing as much as you can. Obviously, wisely. You got to take those angles. You got to take the advantages you can with dive. Being, setting up, checking other DPS. Because, I mean, we saw that. We saw, specifically Criffle was able to get those, those flanks on, especially first point. Able to catch people off guard, get people low. They had to back out, kind of fighting a mini 4v5 for a couple seconds, taking advantage of that, kind of, backing up Reynoldsburg. If they're able to continue that, they can win map 2, map 3, map 4, take the rest of the series. But we're going to need to see here. Yeah.
Another big thing that I saw last game was
300 meters downrange.
Blender's big torpedoes that he had, or the Juno mismatch is a little different when you kind of play with and without orbital. I think Juno's really strong in end fight game when you have that orbital. Everybody has nano on the team. I think definitely turns the tide a lot, and I like the Moira pick here. I think that's easy to kind of poke out this Genji going forward.
Yeah, interesting also to see that Reynoldsburg is coming out on a rush comp without actually any speed. Very interesting that they chose the Ana for potent healing and tried that purple, and also the Moira, not something you see in high level competitive play, but you're seeing that maybe the survivability, the extra healing. But it looks like we are going to get into it. Looks like it will be a Ram here. Franklin Heights on a Widow. Cripple gets an early pick on push speed. Really trying to take advantage of, actually on the low ground, not even using high ground. Zexel does get picked off by Tippy. They are into this, looks like an early fight win for Franklin Heights. Once again, Itzel goes low. Looks like Person was just left on the cart. Criffle gets 3 that fight. I mean, bit of a body shot bandit. Widow typically want to go for the headshots, but body shots perfectly adequate into doing a lot of damage to the enemy team.
Yeah, they were able to just kind of walk in there. This Juno Brig is pretty oppressive backline. That with a lot of sustain with the Ramatra, you're able. Almost a headshot there on onto Axel there. Just kind of neutral fight. Looks like we're just going to keep poking low ground. Tippy is kind of walking forward here on Person to...
Yeah, interesting decision by Reynoldsburg, having Zexel move over to the Ash push speed. Another dive from Cray, able to get it. Gets Purple, has to back out, but they're able to take advantage of that cripple. Gets rid of Zexel. I mean, the Ash is an interesting decision. Looks like they are going to continue to push through it, though. Looks like Islam gets the Mega Pack, but it doesn't matter because there's 3 members of Franklin Heights just waiting for him. Person able to get out.
Yeah, Franklin Heights is really just kind of steamrolling going forward here. They've taken a lot more angles here and taken the aggression here and kind of punishing these staggers fast, which has been another.
Once again, Blake. That's the 3rd fight in a row. An early pick from the Widow, able to get somebody. Tippy Cup comes in, pops form. Gets slowed, has to back out. He sees the Ramatra, he pops ult, he gets 2. That's 3. Cray able to clean up with these ghost dashes. He's gonna go in again. He's looking for more. It looks like there's nobody there to get. That got them all. Looks like they are gonna be pushing into point 2. Looks like this might just be them. Tippy playing incredibly aggressive, has them in their spawn.
Yeah, this duo of Tippy and Cripple is really good so far. Just kind of cleaning up, just speed ringing in and able to take. Oh, we're gonna see the Doomfist come out here.
It's Slim. He's in. Switch over to Kiriko. Doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. They get sussed out by Craig. Cripple kills push speed. Looks like they are gonna be pushing forward. I mean, they're not being let up. Tippy falls. Kills Flake. Once again, it's 2 for Tippy. A quick fight for Franklin Heights.
Yeah, Tippy is just walking them down right now with this speed ring and with this brig help is really hard for him to kind of get dislodged from these positions here. We will see the Doomfist here taking left side. We want to mark some angles going forward here.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Look, they all see all the squishies. He wants it. He's going to pop Nemesis for him. He's going to look for something. Doomfist has to back up to support his team. He's low, though. This Katsuna, or the Suzu hasn't come out. That's an important ability gone for Reynoldsburg early in the fight. Franklin Heights going to want to take it to him. The dive comes in. He's on the back line, but it looks like there's nothing. Oh, rally! Gets stunned. The rest of the team cleans up on him. Person couldn't do anything. Blender gets killed by Push Feed. Push Feed on a flank. Cripple punishes. Actually sees Mr. Solid's going to try to finish him up. They are going to be pushing the point. That's only 3 members alive for Reynoldsburg. They're going to be looking for something. They're playing this slow. Zexel, he has a contest. He pops ult. So does Craig. Craig says, hello, I want to pop my ult better than yours. He does. Looks like Craig's going to be able to get 1. Nemesis form comes out from Tippy. Tippy gets 2 with the Nemesis form. Looks like they will be able to cap. That's a team kill. Banner comes through. Franklin Heights. 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and that's a dominant fashion showing here from Franklin Heights. Just kind of able to just walk forward and take more space than Franklin Heights was able to. Really dominant fashion here.
Yeah, I mean, I asked you what they needed to do to rebound from map 2. You said it yourself, play their game, and that's what we're seeing right here. We're seeing the Ramatra. We're seeing them get exactly what they want from this team. A switch up for the Widow. So kind of surprising. It's a bit of a I don't want to say a mismatch, but it feels like they're playing kind of a different couple styles, but it's working.
Yeah. I was expecting to kind of see more of a rush comp here coming forward, but it's kind of pseudo-poke, you can say, a little bit. With this Widow is able to crack open these team fights, being that server admin that she is, just one-shotting. The fear of the one-shot really takes away your ability to angle, and you're able to just kind of walk in from that.
Yeah. Zexel, a lot of interesting comp choices for Zexel to try and counter the Widow. Instead of maybe switching over to some more dive DPS, they decided to actually we want to have our own kind of sniper character. They were going for the Ash, the Cast, the Soldier. And can I say those are kind of half measures? I say with a Widow, you need to either have a dive counter or a fellow Widow going into that. But we're gonna see an interesting comp from Franklin Heights. It looks like they're gonna stay on this. I mean, poke to the extreme. I mean, Widow, Hog, Ana. I mean, we see a lot of potent damage, but also maybe not a lot of defensibility.
I'm excited to see the Hog here going forward. Kind of just hook this Ramatra in and go from there.
Yeah, forces that ability to come out early, but Person falls low. They have to pop their ability as well in response.
Yeah, no form or shield on Ramatra here, so we could see a fast hook here and maybe get kidnapped, so to say, on this Ramatra.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna be fighting this choke. They need to play around the shield. The shield is kind of a big
big pig.
Big railgun on Zexel, able to finish him off with that little orb. The Ramatra Nemesis form is gonna come in. Ravenous Vortex comes out. Islam, Pushfield, both down. Cripple. That's 3 this fight. I mean, great play from Cripple.
Yeah, Cripple is able to just find the sleeping soldier on an off angle there and just pop the headshot on him. Not really too much angle marking from here, as we can see the neutral fight breaking out as Hog is taking main here.
Yeah, we're going to see them fight in this room. They're going to be looking for something. Didn't find anything with the hook. They say, that's enough for me. They have to back out. Zexel falls low. Person trying to tank for him, but they're taking a lot of damage themselves. They have to back out. I mean, Franklin Heights not able to find anything. They are able to get through the choke. The tank is out of it. Looks like it's just the Kiri and the tank together. Widow pushed onto this high ground. They're going to try to fight here. But Widow, all by themselves, they get pushed down. Islam also trying to keep up with the tank, but they don't have as much health as the tank. Looks like the Nano Boost came through on the Hog. Hog initially got slept. A lot of that time gets pushed down. Hog going to try to stay alive. They are going to be able to, but 2 minutes on the clock. Half their initial time is gone.
Yeah, Nano invested as well onto the Hog here, just to kind of see if they could clean up some stuff going on, but they're not able to do that as Kriffle is just on this off angle, just constantly doing damage to the soldier and being
Oh,
a menace.
purple comes out. The Nemesis form, the Annihilation has to get popped. He sees Squishy. Blake falls down. That's going to be 3 of this fight. You know, on the back of this Annihilation, looks like it's going to be 5. A whole team kill bandit should be coming through, and there you see it. A decisive fight for Reynoldsburg.
Yeah, Reynoldsburg is able to just boost their ult economy coming forward. They're going to have both Rally and Juno ult coming on next fight here. And the support line of Franklin Heights is just kind of lacking in that department of their support ults. But we've got Blade coming online too here compared to the Whole Hog. So I'm excited to see what they want to do here.
Yeah, we might see some funny interaction between Cray and Person. They're kind of want to counter each other, and you see the Whole Hog come out early. Dragon Blade comes out in response, but there we see it. We see the Whole Hog pushing him back. He can't really do anything. He's backed into a corner. He's entirely in the backline right now. He doesn't have his dash up. He's kind of the weight, but they're not even checking him. Zexel does see him. He's going to try to push him back. Cray falls low. He's going to try to stay alive. Islam falls incredibly low. Cray not able to get anything out of it. Push Feet is going to try to play these angles. Looks like Person. He's on point. They're able to play ahead. Franklin Heights finally cracked this comp. It just took taking Cray out of the fight. Oh,
almost gets the one shot
low.
on there. Almost kidnapped by the Hog. That was a crazy hook.
Yeah, kind of missed the combo there. You know, once again, Person playing incredibly aggressive with their hooks. You know, some of them working out, some of them not. But, you know, a lot of threat nonetheless. You know, you got to respect the hook when it's out. Cripple finds a quick pick on the Flake. Islam falls as well. I mean, you know, Franklin Heights, you know, they're able to output a lot of damage, but they have an incredibly squishy backline. You know, not a lot of mobility. They need to play this incredibly smart, especially against a deadly Sojourn and a deadly Genji like we're seeing from Reynoldsburg.
Yeah, the gritty backline of the Ana and the Zenyatta deals a lot of damage. You know, you've got Anti-Nade, you have Discord. Ana can do a lot of damage herself, and Zen, obviously. As we see a hook here onto the Sojourn, it looks like they want to play this fast.
Tippy takes... That's going to be 3. A quick fight win for Reynoldsburg. You know, you saw Person get a quick hook on Cripple, and then Reynoldsburg just said, we need to pop our abilities. We can't lose our Sojourn. And then you see Person fall incredibly low. In response, you know, Tippy, you know, pops a Nemesis form, able to push in there, gets Ixel. You know, they're able to just push through there.
Yeah, and the silent carry there, Blender with that orbital ray, just getting big torpedoes on them. There's just so much damage going forward with the ring. Not a lot that you can do. Not a lot that you can do about that one.
Yeah, Transcendence is going to be up for Franklin Heights. That's a major support ult. They're going to need the win on the back of it. I mean, they don't really have a lot in the bank right now, so they need to be very careful as they enter this. They can't lose too early. The overclock comes in. They get it's some falls before he can even pop his ultimate. The high noon comes out. He's able to get 1. The anti-nade comes out on Cripple, but it doesn't matter. They're doing too much damage. That's 3 this fight for Cripple. 4 this fight for Cripple. I mean, incredibly dominant play right here.
Yeah, Kriffle is able to just slide in with that overclock and able to just wreak havoc on their backline here. We do have a Zenyatta ult here. We do have Trans online here, so we could see that to counter both Dragon Blade and Ramatra ult, which will be enough to. I don't think they'll be enough to chew through Franklin Heights.
Unfortunately, that's all they got. They used just about all their ults in that fight. We see the Dragon Blade come in. We're expecting a Transcendence in response, but it doesn't look like it's going to come through. Person falls. Looks like they're going to kill Zexel too. Switch it over to Genji. Cray gets 3 that fight. Oh, an amazing Dragon Blade from Cray.
Yeah, Cray's
kind of carries this fight.
Yeah, Cray's able to just kind of clean up these kills, you know, just the pace and tempo that they're playing at is a lot faster than Franklin Heights. You know, Franklin Heights wants to get set up. They want to get their Zen set up. They want to get a hook onto this Ramatra or anybody on the back line. Just kind of displace them. And Reynoldsburg is able to just kind of rotate around that, you know?
Yeah, last fight territory right now. Transcendence comes in early. Unsure what's kind of going on. They're playing all sorts of angles. Person goes on a flank, tries to get something, unable to find anything. Annihilation comes through. The second Transcendence ends. It's Islam. Gets caught out. Push field. Gets killed as well. Looks like it's just going to be Person, the next target of their Torment. He's falling low. He's trying to stay alive, but doesn't look like it's going to be much. 7 seconds left in the card. It looks like this will be just it for Reynoldsburg. Reynoldsburg looks like they will be able to take it.
Yeah, take it in pretty dominant fashion as well. Franklin Heights just weren't able to match the speed and tempo that Reynoldsburg was playing at there. And the back line of Reynoldsburg really showing out. Blender's really good with those Juno ults and big torpedoes, but Kriffle, the MVP of the game, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think the comp from Franklin Heights was really interesting. You know, it had a lot of win cons, but it felt like all of them needed setup. But, you know, you don't need setup with a goated Sojourn play. I mean, you see right here, 20-player kill streak. You know, he was able to get in these fights early. He was able to get an early pick. You know, their win con was a lot quicker than the other win con, and they were able to act on that, and it showed. I mean, dominant fights taken very quickly. You know, typically over the course of a game, you know, you don't see this many team fights, but it's just like these team fights were lasting, you know, maybe 30 seconds, you know, and so they were just back to the next one, back to the next one, back to the next one. You know, and it was going kind of the same way every time.
Yeah, I know. When you land a big rail like that and you're doing so much damage on an off angle and you can't really mark it, the Soja's just going to run your pockets. Her ability to just kind of burst you down, almost one-shot a 225 HP hero with that overclock, especially with their new perk coming up.
Yeah,
it's really hard for them to mark.
Yeah, Reynoldsburg up to match point. Franklin Heights, they need to do better outside of this half if they want to take it back. Worthington Kilbourne up there in that game. Took up the first map against Dublin Kaufman. We're gonna see how that goes. You know, a little bit behind the Reynoldsburg game, started a little bit later, so we will keep you updated on when that happens. But it looks like we are going to a brief halftime break. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to see where this goes. Franklin Heights, you know, really needs to get back into it, and I think part of that comes down to, you know, composition choices. You know, I think the Hog was a very interesting choice, but I don't think it was what they needed. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I think I like the idea, but I think it was kind of the case of, you know, jack of all trades, master of none. You know, it was like you had a lot of options, but you didn't have one option that you could just reliably lean on.
I think that their play there was to kill the Ramatra, especially with the hook, and then you look at they have Zen. They want to hook Discord, maybe even throw an anti on him as well, just to clear him when they are running a Juno Brig with no kind of Suzu to cleanse him. But they weren't able to really execute off of that. You know, they were just kind of playing far back, playing their range, and then once they see that they use those important cooldowns, they're able to just ring in and kind of walk right over them.
Yeah, looks like we will be going to a brief break. When we get back, we will see the epic continuation of this fight. Welcome back to half 2 of Reynoldsburg versus Franklin Heights, round 2 of the Central Southeastern Ohio regional finals. We got a lot of great Overwatch being played today. Looks like we are going to go immediately into it. Looks like it will be a new Queen Street. You know, something we don't really see in ESC, so I'm excited to see how this gets played. But we're going to have to see how this goes. You know, Reynoldsburg had a pretty dominant last map. You know, map 1 was close, but they're on, game point. We're going to see how Franklin Heights responds.
Yeah, Franklin Heights needs to dig deep here to fight against this Reynoldsburg team as a juggernaut right now, and it looks like we're going to roll out on the Doomfist here. It could just be kind of goofing around and spawn, but I expect to see the ball play here. This is kind of a ball signature map here, his best map in my opinion. You know, just able to kind of roll around, and there's so many different angles that you're able to take. I'm excited to see how they're going to fight into this ball with this Doomfist comp.
Yeah, interesting composition we see from Franklin Heights. You actually see Zexel move over to support, Dying Hoping subbed in for Slam. So we're gonna see how this goes. Interesting decisions. Actually, interesting to note. Looks like Tippy got caught behind, didn't get the initial ring from Blender. So Franklin Heights initial point control. They're gonna try to take advantage of that, but we're gonna have to see. Tippy playing aggressively, falls low, has platform already. Doomfist trying to take it to him. Suzu out early. Zexel gets killed by Craig. Craig gets 2. The Tracer pick, it looks like it's working. Known for their Genji, but it looks like the Tracer's just as good. They get 2 early. They're going to try to take it to him.
Yeah, and Person is able to just punch there and get that Suzu out fast, but after he's in there, Reynoldsburg, my bad, is able to just kind of walk forward on them. Like, the speed of the Juno is really kind of the name of the game. You know, kind of that silent carry. I know myself as a main support, we don't really get talked about too much, but when you're able to use your abilities and get your team in faster, it definitely helps a lot.
Yeah, we see a switch over to the Ramacha. Zexo deciding the Lucio's not for them. Decides Flake moves over to the Juno. We're finally seeing the speed that we want from Franklin Heights. We got to see if they're able to take advantage of it. The Ravenous Vortex catches the Doomfist out. He has to back up. Tippy likes what he sees. The Franklin Heights Reaper doing damage, but not enough. Craig gets a pulse bomb kill on Zexo. Looks like they will be carrying this through. Reynoldsburg, impressive early fight against Athens. You know, once again, a quick push map. We might be seeing this here again.
Yeah, these staggers coming out from Franklin Heights is really kind of killing them going forward. And Reynoldsburg is playing this very well, you know, just up in their face, wanting to play fast, wanting to catch these people out. They are way more mobile comp than Franklin Heights, and they're able to just kind of use that. That's their win con.
Yeah, we see Cripple here. Decides he wants to have his turn on Genji. He sees a lot of, you know, juicy targets. He sees Zexel. He wants him. Has to back up. He's taking too much damage. Blender's able to take her first, and push speed gets down 2. Looks like it's just going to be Reaper and a couple more left. The Ravenous Vortex comes out onto the Reaper. Tippy gets him. Cripple able to take care of Flake. Looks like it's a team kill banner coming through, and it looks like this will be final fight territory. Franklin Heights needs to rally. This is do or die.
Yeah, and Reynoldsburg has the ult economy to kind of go forward on this map. Franklin Heights isn't really able to match that, but I think that we could see a pick here out. Doomfist has empowered punch, so we could see something come out. Suzu is used.
Plays aggro. Tippy decides he likes this. He's going to pop Annihilation here soon. Dive comes through. Zexel falls. That's Immortality Field down. The Kitsune Rush comes in too. Dragon Blade from Cripple. Doesn't get much. He's not Cray. He doesn't get the whole 5, but it doesn't matter. There's only one left alive for Franklin Heights. Looks like it's now just going to be the person. Maybe he gets back from spawn. Maybe he doesn't. They're going to be pushing towards cart. Maybe 10-15 seconds left. They're going to try to regroup for one more fight, but they're getting pushed back in their spawn. They can't even get out. Annihilation comes through. They're taking damage as soon as they're trying to get out of here. They're going to try to stay alive, but it doesn't look like it's going to be much. One person on the cart. They need to get there. Rainstorm comes out. Pulse Bomb comes out. Is able to get Dying Hope. Looks like it is just going to be the Doomfist on the card. Person, he's trying to make something happen, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Blender getting pushed in here by Tippy. Tippy able to take it. Person, they're trying to stay alive. They need to stay on the cart, though. Only one other person left there. Looks like this will just be Reynoldsburg pushing it through. Reynoldsburg needs to make something happen. They are able to get a Mr. Salt. That's one support down. That's step one. They need to make more, though. Zexel falls. 2 members alive for the side of Franklin Heights. They're trying to push through as much as they can, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Juno will finally come through. That's a win con. But one person left alive. Push feed finally comes back out on the soldier, but he's the only one left alive. Person, how are they still alive? Person able to get Tippy. They finally fall down, but it's not enough time for Blender to get there. The Immortality Field come through. Flake somehow able to still stay alive. Blender falls. The Doofus Soul comes out. Oh my gosh, they might have stabilized, but they need to get rid of Cripple first. Zexel falls. Dying Hope falls. They so close, they weren't able to get it back.
Almost.
That'll be Reynoldsburg in a quick 3.
Quick 3-0 here from Reynoldsburg, and Griffel was really just uncontested there, you know, just able to kill and do everything that he needed to win there. As we could see play the game here from Blender, silent carry. We love to see Juno doing her thing.
I mean, honestly, insane contest from Person, just somehow staying alive. I thought they died. I move on, but then they're still alive somehow. I mean, incredible play from both teams. I mean, Franklin Heights a 3-0 sure, but there were a lot of great moments in that game from them. You know, obviously not what you want to see, not the way you want to get, you know, knocked out of the game, but I think an impressive match nonetheless. You know, that final fight, I mean, a great contest from them. I mean, typically they don't last that long, but, you know, I really thought they were going to be able to push back to it, but they weren't able to stay on cart for long enough, you know?
Yeah, and Blossom came out there at the end from the Reaper and was able to kind of find the Kiriko, get them low enough that their DPS line were able to kind of clean up off of that, but the ult economy of Reynoldsburg was just too much in the end for them to handle.
Yeah, looks like that will be quick, but looks like Worthington and Kilborn still fighting against Dublin Coffin. They are also on push. Just a little bit of a, you know, yeah. I'll give you a little bit of a heads up. If we go to map 4, we will bring it to you. It looks like it is Worthington and Kilborn and a little bit of a lead right now. You know, they're trying to, looks like they have the push progress about 3/4 of the way there. Dublin Coffin has about halfway there. So close map, definitely. We'll keep you updated as it comes in. Yeah, sorry, we're trying to cast the best I can off a half a screen. I'm not even seeing like the full one. Yeah, it looks like we will probably go to break maybe, and we'll get back to you if we do go for it.
well stocked hero is Dr. Curve. So it's going to be fun to see them play. He's a very aerial-based character, flying that combo, which is directly countered by Dr. Curve. So far, that same kind of issue. You see them fighting over territory here, just like this. Nobody today has been able to shut down Dr. Curve here. Quite like I see right now. But those back airs coming from Falco are absolutely sticking on that 30% and not saying that out. So, what we really see here is now that Dr. Curve is a decent sense, he can counter into a smash like we've seen a couple of times from Mike and Sickle would not get this stuff. So now 12 8 now. I can feel some of the cases not Dr. Curve out right now. Fishing for that counter, just like I said. One bad. Amazing shield work, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. In terms of 1v1, Iconism is in the lead here. Took a stock off of Dr. Curve. I told you this was going to be an amazing match, and I'm so glad that we got to see it. Oh, absolutely hate to see it. It's like we missed out on a jump there. They're panicking around the kill box upstairs. We're back down 1v1 on stock action. This is one player, remember, but they've not got another smash attack. There he goes. The uppercut from hell. She is out of here. Well done. I can shut it down. Dr. Curve goes out. One more shot. Going in to ask the next player. This is going relatively early. It's unfortunate for them. Very, very good grab.
execution coming in on the side of Barberton. Hot Shadow is coming in for more about that I was talking about when he's having a little bit of a rough time. So we'll see if that will make a difference here when they're down 2-1 against the wall. Maybe when you stop. Supposed to win, and they're in the driver's seat right now. So it is a very mixed match of seeds, but
I told you, that's what's dangerous right there. That's what's dangerous. And Ekka knows it. He's been an excellent
everything is the same for Earthling pretty much, except the hog. Hog Rider is going to be a bit easier. Side of Barberton
oh my god! Oh! If he had just gone to the left for recovery, he actually saved Ekka there. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I'm not sure about that one. That was
off the Moira, onto the Mercy We're just swapping on it. PP's on the Moira, Boston's on the Star, we're rolling. Okay. Really thought Tommy Boy instantly getting a pick. Oh my god.
There he goes with the counter.
He's able to find the one onto that. There. Doing a lot of damage here. Tommy Boy is found though. Parakeet God getting the trade back here. And now it's desired.
So that blunderbuss sucked.
I don't know where. Zarya is starting to charge up Funeral. Finds a rock throw. Punch of Sigma onto the Sombra. Shot. This right now is back, preventing them from they're able to hold this corner very well, Barberton, but the issue is just first line is able to apply enough pressure that they really need to step back up. Yeah, I'm not going to stay back and blank with the final one. It isn't even just swapping going out to the back. Definitely a pressure that can come away from one after the combat. Really like the first. Over towards the side of Barberton. No true stagger though. You're able to get back. After that shot, he definitely was spotted. And now able to go. Now it's going to be the time for Tommy Boy and the other member that was run back here. And 3 ulti piece right now. 4 ults per side of first line. It's up to the full 5. You can really do a lot of damage here. Frost leading the charge. Graviton Surge coming in as well, and this might be the co-pop. This might be the co-play. It is going to be exactly that. Waiting a little long on that, allowing them to get the Kyria. Parakeet finds one on the return, finds the second on the return, gets his third. That's going to be very big. And look at this. Barbican holding it between Parakeet God and Funeral, and it's 5 down again. Parakeet God with the Sojourn ult is keeping his team alive, stalling this thing out even more. All of the Barbican players, we have Rob, a lot longer of a run for them. Parakeet on his own, I don't think he's going to really be able to hold this, and now we've got Frost back under the Malga. Potentially liking how some of that was playing before, but just feeling perfectly now going back under the wall. There's so much done. Finding Tommy Boy now. Really big tick onto that Reaper there. Funeral finds one back though. And now it's Sombra. It's going to be a Nano Booster. Oh my god, look how much damage that Nano Booster Sigma does. That is insane. Yeah, I mean, double anti. Able to find anything. He can find two the back line. He has Moira hitting in for Reaper backing. Malga's been shredded right now. Malga goes down. Reaper close to this step off as well. Has it. Might as well use it. Exactly. And that is going to be to have Barbican, quite frankly, steamroll on that defensive side. And we were talking about it. Who's going to get up faster? Is it going to be Barbican with that prowess on the hybrid, or is it going to be Ursine with, we saw a little bit more grit in the push? Yeah. Barbican pulled that down. But now, Ursine, they have an opportunity to do something really fun and hold them in the partner. Yeah, and I think that it would be quite funny how hard I think it would be for them to hold it. They need to win all 5 of these fights. Pretty much all very easily as a whole. Pretty much back-to-back-to-back. They aren't allowed to lose more than one fight here. They need to play gas station almost perfectly, and just play that. It is going to be a flyer on the side of Barbican. On that fist as well, plus a bit of a dive on the Sombra. And again, the Bears going to be good here. There isn't anything down there. I think this is very similar to the strategy that Barbican had in the past. Start off with the Bears, they're expecting that big trap, and the Sombra is what they work on, but he's after their own. So it's not going to make much of a difference here. And the Bears going to have a lot to win for the first stage coming through. Yeah, and I feel like it comes down to that first switch is going to be too late with the rollout time. Unless you play somebody that's really fast, it's going to be very hard, and they're going to be doing already going up, going high. The pharmacy on the side of Barbican is actually probably going to come into play, and it is going to be going up high, trying to find anything to damage. May actually, and that's 2 more picks inside of Barbican, but they're really, really low. Still 0 left alive. Sombra trying to make something happen, and it looks like it's going to be a reset. Reset Racing has pulled off the attack for now, and it's just Sombra in the back line right now. Reset right now is Tommy, he's just sitting in the back. He's dealt with taken out by Blake, pitching 2 shots that he needed to hit there. The Parakeet got down to the back on the trade. Beautiful swing, and go well. Something out here, Tommy Boy by the Mercy player, trying to stay up, trying to make boxes off the map, but managing to kill the Mercy as well. Almost last finds one onto the Kiriko, and now we have stalled again, and Ursuline managing to hold for now. That's the thing. And it is about to get dicey for ultimates. Now Frost switching over to Malga instead of Sigma. That's going to be an interesting decision. Funeral onto the Hazard as well. High levels, and he's going to be Frost combined with that Sombra and the Feral doing the one. That's so much. Able to find anything else though. As it's a lot of damage right now. They're up doing a lot of damage as well. That's 3 down. Are they able to clean it up? Funeral is out as well. This might just be it. First person back is going to be Frost. Frost gotta be too. The anti already, if that's the case, then you kill this team and there's nowhere to be found. Higher instantly use that is going through the map. Barbican ties it up to a piece. The Pyro is a really good idea. So hard. It's just the best being has. They can really push you a lot. They have, flash point. I don't know if they're allowed to go back to push. I believe they're allowed to put space from the last time that I was around. But it's in Earthline's hands. It looks like it's going racist was selected. I'm not sure if that's correct. Getting into it with this Oasis. Seems like everybody is in range with it. Moving to I mean, if it is, again, Earthline won the control, so if we're class, Earthline has to be the advantage of that one. We're not quite sure. Everything starts getting chunky. That's one of those things that you don't really get good at just by studying. That you get really good at. You gotta play it. You gotta play it. And those moments slow it gets really just everything happening at once, like stuff like that. The most important players on the team at that point are your support is the number one person who they have to be able to do the things that and right now I believe things are swapped over. It looks like it's going to be New Jump City on Flash. How does Flashpoint play out when that So Flashpoint is kind of like, I like to describe it as the longest control. The way that it works is that you have a maximum of 5 points that you will need to just distinguish control,
So it's going to be Junker Queen versus Malga in that pink department here. And here comes the first fight over to this right-hand side of point here.
It's going to be a very big first flag. It's really going to be determined of a lot. Nero already lit on fire by those Malga shots. Really low, gets separated from the team. That's 2 down on the side of Earthling, and that's going to be a 5 off rip. And that is going to be gold control for Earthling. Yeah, really good team fight for them. What is showing Nero now? It looks like fumbling around. It's just being able to stop it. He is going to stick with this big fight. This is going to be a little bit about how well. Those pushing type game modes, but I think Ursuline just loves to venture for these really close clustered up test points where it gets a lot of value. Tommy Boy almost already has ult on this combat and finding so much damage. Probably going to pop it immediately when he does find the pick on Elemental Black. And that is going to be the opener that hopefully Barbara was looking for. And Frost here. Frost able to find 2. He was I don't know how they didn't find that hit. He's just on a left. He's going to get caught up. Well, that's really unfortunate. He had like about 1 hit. Died before. And that is going to be last point all the way over for Barberton. For Ursuline, Frost. How did he live? I don't know how he lived that. He was in the corner, and his tanks or his supports were just able to keep him up to the level that he needed to be. But beyond that, Malga has so much to really solidify himself. It's kind of what I was talking about in the break with what I believe to be the perks that he's going for, especially this tier 2. He doesn't even have up yet, and it's going to be finding 4 down for Barberton. And right now, like Barberton switched comps today with the hazard comp that they've been playing with that Sombra and the Pharah, but on the second control point, on the second flash point here on the Junker City map, Pharah's good because it's a lot more open at the point, but it's kind of good if you reach into the point. And right now they have to break the event for Sombra, and it's just not working, and now they have to deal with the ult as well. Sombra in the back line is going to pop his ult, that's going to be massive, and it's the lockdown, it's everything. Find one back on the elemental, it doesn't matter though. That's important. They just have so much control over this objective right now. It does not matter at all, dude. It's just lockdown from Ursuline. They've perfected how they're playing. Mid, a Kiri goal there as well. It looked like they wanted to push in, but it's just that usual battle. It's the push and pull of everything. Barberton is in an unfortunate situation where they really can't be the first one to use their utility because Ursuline's response on utility has been so good. But you can't just push in raw because they've been so good. And this is what we're going to talk about here, this ultimate cycling. Because Barberton has ult.
finds the hazard, Cross takes out Farah, and Spencer one-shot. Tommy Boy in the 1v1 of his life, quite frankly, right
Still
now.
alive. Frost doesn't know where he is, but now he does.
Samura in 2v1, and that is going to be Flashpoint in favor of Ursuline.
Ursuline now on series 1. They need one more of these flashes. One will take the game. A 17 upsetting the series, if I remember correctly for my producer. It is poetry in motion.
Have on these ults right now. He's up pretty well, but it looks like it out. First line has early control. As are jumping in, barely not contested, so they're not going to be able to get any of these. Not going to be able to get early percentages here. Tommy Boy just trying to take out enemy squishies. Moira sustaining line for now. Parakeet line 2. Control for Barber.
That's 3 else in the back pocket for Ursuline. Unfortunately, that far away. It's going to be a second. Able to win that one.
Parakeet God with that. There are so much of a difference between him having to take his ability that allows you to move around while you're popping like right now. Don't go to the block. Blank finds one back immediately. Support trades, and Funeral is going to get hacked actually. So he does, and that's the venture, big venture ult here. Malgal used as well. Not sure if that was necessarily needed, and that is going to be point back over in favor of Ursuline.
They've got it now. Can they lock it down the same way they have the last time?
Very somber ult to work with. He didn't lose the polar weapons though. But polar is really good.
I think one of the things that's so important for these fights is understanding who you guys use for both teams are. For Ursuline, you need to be kind of ironic. As soon as that team off the board, you have guidance. You've seen their supports go absolutely nutty with it.
And it's immediately hacked though, actually. A really good hack. Parakeet finds one, finds Hugo out of nowhere, has it all come through, and that is going to be a full team wipe.
Yeah, it's a full 5 play. He's going to get revealed though, healed back up a little bit, but he's got somebody on his tail. And he's going to pop the ult.
Absolutely not, but won't. Out of that That's Frost wants one. Frost almost has his ult as well here. He's gonna have this for the next fight. Kiki getting super low, is able to get out barely. And they're gonna have ultimates. They stalled off the neutral fight, and now it's gonna be a fight with a lot of ultimates in play. Venture and now the ult. Pack has his attack on his way, and Tommy Boy finds almost black. Blank finds Parachute God though. Not having that fair ultimate in this is gonna be big. Funeral finds one of the Kiki, but it's immediately trade. Juno gets 2 kills somehow. Malga is still alive. Funeral finds one on the Blank. Funeral finds the second, and that's going to be, I think, the point for Barberton.
So low, he needs to give, and Funeral, they still have 2 ults in the back pocket. They've got the Venture, and they've got the Cage Fight.
And they have to deal with Feral, which is a big ult, especially with that combo from Sombra. And Skip is going pressure here with the Parachute God. He's putting Feral on the ground because of essentially a walking bomb. And oh my gosh,
Finds the first
nice element black out of nowhere. And now this is going to be really difficult. And this is the decision that Ursula has to make. Do you fight this? There is a couple seconds left, or do you just go to the next point? That is
Who else
the
on the
question.
line with the Juno, though? Juno's Tommy Boy. It's going to be the hack.
Oh, the hack
element black early.
Frost Kiki finds 2. This counter hack, but Parachute God's already down. That's 4 down.
That's 4 dead. Tommy Boy last man alive, and he's nowhere to be found. He has to play right. He has to play
He has
time.
to touch. He has to touch. He's on touch. He's gonna get killed.
He's so low. He's dead.
Is that game?
I don't think there's any touch coming out from Barberton. It's going to be the block.
Ursula wins. They upset Barberton in an absolute screamer of a map 5.
I think the match of the tournament happening in quarters.
That was crazy.
Ursuline
Frost.
pulls it together at the
Wow.
end, upsets the giant of Barberton, sending them out top 8, and bringing Ursuline one step closer to states. And I mean, I think name of the game was just they showed up when it mattered. Massive, just game day decisions coming out from these players.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to describe it.
That was a hell of a map right there.
Oh
And
my god.
Barberton, GG's.
I mean, I was
They
gonna
played
say-
great. They played their Esports perfectly. It's just any of those point-based maps, they didn't seem to have enough power.
Down to who showed up better on the day, on the time, and down to the very end of first match 5 of this tournament. And it was on the series where he had it the most.
And it was a fun one to watch. That was
Such a fun one too.
And Ursuline, we can hear them across through the walls. They're excited.
You could easily hear the music go. That is exactly what you play for. Those last second decisions. It was, again, element back. Just being a quarter of a second faster on its own.
Outpacing Tommy Boy. And in that Sombra ult window, they kicked the Pharah. So even though Tommy Boy had a counter 5-man ult, there was nothing to follow it up with. The Pharah was already dead, and the fight was already won.
Not even just Sarah, everybody was gone. They got 4 in that tiny Sunday last man alive with that all a little bit. But even the team day decision was fast that they needed to charge out and knock into the wrecking ball. Stop in there. The touch, because if you didn't hit that wrecking ball stalls, and you can move it so hard.
And it's really just, I think Venture was an underrated pick in that one as well. Venture maxing out so much damage. And it's gotta give credit to Barber because the Pharah pick was such an interesting choice. Just continuously on the ground, finding solo frags all around the map, and the ults were always valuable. But at the end of the day, the Trump City map, the Pharah pick was not a lot of vertical strategy. And personally, with opportunity, Venture on a lot of
Get some players in here. Maybe.
Yeah.
The great match that we just witnessed. A great match. So,
Hopefully with the
projectiles. So Soda getting a really good start right here, but
getting the tag down, thought he would get the second hit, but the up B sending the other way, but not getting stuck in there.
yeah, Soda kind of run out. I mean, it's working. That's something to mention. Does get the up B. This is the back air.
Kind of put him in the checkmate scenario of, okay, you want to save it, well, you're going to take this up B. And going to get down there, not the up air, though. Up air probably not going to take it, but now that's he can flash it from really high. They're giving this lead to Akron. He'll not
Yeah, Rave,
Hello, hello, and welcome back to ESO Ohio Northeast Division. I'm Ben, and I am joined with Element Black and Frost from Ursuline. And, well, hell of a series, gentlemen. That was a good one. 5 games, all the way to the flashpoint. How you guys feeling after that? Yeah, sure. And just heard as well from you guys that played out very similar last year against the exact same team, but this time you flipped the script. You managed to take the W. What were you feeling in that Game 5 flashpoint? Like, what was going through the head?
Nothing. I'm gonna be honest.
All instincts?
All instincts, just hope.
Great, there you go. That's all you need when you're playing Malga, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And how you feeling on that Sombra pick, going against Tommy Boy on the 1-to-1 matchup?
He's fantastic. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I was just trying to do my thing, and he was always there, right next
Yep.
to me.
Hey, and that's what matters, man. You guys kind of had dominance on those points of your maps, getting the control, and then the push map was, I think, the turning point of the series. How did you guys feel going into that push? Were you confident on that Coliseo push, or what were you feeling going into it? Nice. Yeah, and how do you feel about that Hazard matchup for the Malga?
It was a little stressful.
Yeah. Nice. Element Black, I'll come back to you. Played a lot of Sombra today. How do you feel overall about Sombra in the current state of the meta? You think that that's one of those power picks that you guys like a lot on the team?
Yeah, we definitely like her a lot. Just kind of like distract, get a lot of turnarounds. That worked especially well. Like, I was just always focusing on support.
Yeah.
And, sleep, and try to turn around. Just got to turn around.
Yep.
And he was on right in.
And that's what Jeremy and I were talking about a lot on the cast. It was on the Coliseo push. That was kind of a super long map, first of all. That's just what it really is. But I was talking about how you were just bouncing in and out along with your venture, I believe. It was like nobody really knew what was happening. You were just going in and out, and you kind of just distracting me to fly in the back of the team. That's all you really need to do. And then the Malga gameplay. Frost, what do you think the most important part, the turning point of the series was? What was the biggest point for you?
The escort.
You think?
Yeah. That coming back from them definitely put like some pressure on us, and we were very worried about like the good end last year.
And they actually had a player substitute into the escort there. How big of a difference do you think that made in those final two series? In those final two series?
In the last one on Sombra, I think it actually helped me a lot more because it was just hack the honor, try to get her dead. If not, he just runs out of knowledge.
Yeah, and I think that we talked about that on the past as well. We saw that game plan. As soon as you or your venture were going after that Ana, then it kind of unleashed the Malga and Frost to do whatever the hell you wanted on that map, and you were just taking things quite frankly. How do you feel about the bear pick? We were talking about the bear pick on that jump video there. I thought it wasn't quite optimal. How do you guys feel about it?
I thought it was like a good special pick on me because whenever that push happened, he completely showed it.
I'm hoping it's harder.
we have some rivalries from
Friendly. Okay. What is the rivalry with Party? And it is going to be Party, and I just got that from production. How do you guys feel going into that matchup? Are you excited? Are you nervous?
We're so excited.
So happy. I mean, I ran into one of the players in the bathroom. He was like, I hope you guys beat him. I want to play you guys.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
we were talking before, but like, if one of us is going to state, doesn't matter. Here it is.
There you go. So this side of the bracket, the Earthline Party bracket, you say that's your favorites for states going at the
Oh yeah, I mean, even if we did lose, I'm so happy that they got to go.
Yeah.
So it's such a friendly.
Yeah, of course. And looking at that, how do you guys deal with you're a player to watch on Party going forward?
It's been a while since we played them. Yeah. I don't really. We kind of. Well, we didn't really have a. Last time we played in the regular season, we just kind of went in for it. We didn't really have scratch teams under the team.
I am hoping for a line.
They do.
I do want them.
All more fun than now.
Yeah. Gravity was so lame, but I just have to do it for like
For the win.
Pretty awesome that we can do events like this and stuff like
Yeah.
that, especially for younger guys like you. What is going to be like you're going to hope for? You guys going to play college? What is your plan for that?
probably not.
I would like to, but we only last year.
Sure.
Something like that.
There you go. Production. What would you do if you won the game? How would that make you guys feel? Hey, it was already loud in there.
Yeah.
You guys are going. You guys have a lot of people here. A lot of people cheering, supporting, or anything like that. How does that feel?
It puts a little bit more pressure, but like I am.
A little bit more pressure on you.
It does make me feel excited that I have so much support.
That's what it's all about. That's what what is your favorite map?
Harding's probably going to cook it if we do the first round and vice versa.
Well, I think that's all that we have for this interview. Josh, thank you. Vlad, thank you.
Thank you.
And we will be back after a bit of an intermission in the semi-final round.
to this. Yeah, it's going to be Bread. making it 2-6.
Yeah, the Bayo, you know, we were a lot better than last game.
Welcome back, everyone, to more Ohio Esports. Well, Esports Ohio. This is the continuation and finale of our Overwatch 2 regional final against Reynoldsburg and Worthington Kilbourne. A lot of great Overwatch has been played today. I mean, another continuation of a storied head-to-head matchup against Reynoldsburg and Worthington Kilbourne. Actually, going back, since the inception of the rivalry, 3 years. I mean, Reynoldsburg, first place in state last year. Kilbourne, Worthington Kilbourne, second. They face off against regionals head-to-head. Then second year of exception. Kilbourne, first in regional. Reynoldsburg, second in region. States, Worthington Kilbourne went on to take it all. Then Reynoldsburg, just shy third place. And this year, regionals in the fall. Reynoldsburg taking first, Worthington Kilbourne taking second. This is as storied a matchup as it can get. These teams have seen each other, they know each other, and to be quite honest, I'm sure both teams are excited to whip the other team's butt. But we're going to have to see. We've seen a lot of great Overwatch from both teams, and I'm excited to get into this.
Yeah, Caden. I mean, this is an exceptionally really good rivalry here today, and the tensions are high. Both teams are ready to play their best, and I'm excited to see who pulls out.
Yeah, both teams are fighting for a lot, as you see up in front of us. Here, I'll model them a little bit more for you. These teams are fighting for a plaque. They're not fighting for this plaque. This is the runner-up plaque. They're definitely not fighting for that. But the teams are going home with a little bit of memorabilia to celebrate, hopefully their win, or if not, their impressive accomplishments nonetheless. Second place is nothing to scoff at. Both of these teams yet to drop a map in tournament play. Incredibly dominant play from both teams. I'm so excited to see where they're going to go from here. I mean, I think we've seen a lot, Dublin Kaufman, an incredibly competitive team. Worthington Kilbourne, able to get through them. Incredibly close, they didn't falter. They didn't, go at all. I mean, Reynoldsburg played against Franklin Heights. We cast that. If you didn't see that, it should be up on the video on demand if you want to see that. Franklin Heights, very good team, had a lot going for them, but Reynoldsburg just showed why they were the better team. They had stellar Ramatra play. They had stellar DPS play. Kane and Kiffer, is that it? I cannot remember the name for the life of me. Sorry about that. But no, they just have incredibly good DPS play that's been a real threat, and that really has shut down both Athens and Reynoldsburg, or Franklin Heights, sorry. So as we're going to get into this, we're going to see a lot of really strong play, and I think it should be good. But Callisto, first time on the broadcast, welcome. What are you looking forward to seeing in this matchup?
Well, both of these teams have 3-0'd every single team that they've played against this day, so I'm excited to see how they play against each other, what strategies they use. I've always been a big proponent of using strategy in these games, and I really think that's the beauty of it, is being able to come up with original ideas and make them work in your favor.
Yeah, bringing up not dropping a map, that's something that Reynoldsburg's coach has actually brought up to me. I asked him about it, and he was saying, we're a great team, but, we need to see how we perform in tension. Diamond, our pressure turns you into diamonds or dust, isn't that we're going to go with that. But yeah, because they haven't dropped a map, so we need to see how this team will perform if they, let's say they go down early for whatever reason against, a Worthington Kilbourne, can they respond? And same thing with Worthington Kilbourne, Worthington Kilbourne only had one match to actually play. Unfortunately, River Valley had to drop out, so Worthington automatically advanced, so maybe they're not as warm as they are as, Reynoldsburg. So there's a lot of things going on here, especially in the outside force that we could be looking at. Both these teams, they've had long days. Are they going to be able to, have that mental stamina to be able to play at the top of their game over so many games of Overwatch this day?
Mental is a very big, important part of Overwatch. If you don't have a strong mental, you don't have a strong game.
Yeah, staying calm, when things get hectic, keeping clairvoyant, keeping, cool-headed, and, I think that's what we're going to have to see. But I guess we don't only get to speculate because we're about to get into action. It looks like we will be starting on Nepal Shrine. This is Shrine, yes. Criffle, that was their name. Yeah, I mean, a lot of great DPS play we saw from Reynoldsburg. Actually, interestingly enough, Reynoldsburg, I think we're seeing a change in tank play. We're gonna have to see how this works out. I'm sure they have a plan. You know, they like what they see with Cobbs, and they want to go with him. But Worthington Kilborn, we're seeing a dive look. We saw Franklin Heights try to attempt this. You know, didn't have as much luck. You know, it wasn't necessarily the part of the Doomfist pick itself, but how they played up against it. But we'll see. We are going to be getting onto this. Looks like it's going to be Worthington Kilborn trying to take the high ground early. Both teams going to be fighting for the high ground. We're going to see how this goes. A Moira play, looking for that extra healing that's able to be given on here. They're capping the corner. The Doomfist dives in, has to back out, takes a lot of damage. That Juno falls low. They want to take advantage of that. They are able to. Blender falls out low. Reinhardt does get taken out early, though. That's both main healers down. Check! Gets Mr. Salt. A great dive. Cray gets one. Crippled. The DPS of this line are trying to do their best, but one falls. They get two, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Gobs looks like they're going to go down. Oh, Cray actually gets Ditzy. It looks like it's just Check alive. A slog of a fight.
Caden, I mean, them taking out those supports in the early fight, that really changed it. I mean, if you don't have any supports to keep you backed up, you're going to fall.
Yeah, when you don't have the sustain, a long fight is not what you want. When you lose that support, you want to go quick to try and burst out somebody that's unsuspecting, maybe not getting the healing that they need. But we're going to be looking at this. They're going to switch up their approach. They're now going main. Worthington Kilborn not expecting that. Now they have to scramble to get back into position. Criffle is taking the high ground. He's going to look for a rail shot. Trying to pressure out. Cray is able to find Pants. Pants is down. It looks like Check's going to be soon to follow. He gets stunned. He's stuck in this corner. God is the one that finished him off. Worthington Kilborn trying to stay alive, but multiple members of the team are still gone. They're going to be trying to hold on to point as long as they can. They aren't able to get out. Looks like that'll be a team kill banner going up in 3 for Criffle this fight.
You know, as a Sojourn main, seeing someone play Sojourn this well is really, it's making me happy.
Yeah, Criffle's been a real treat to watch this tournament so far. He's been showing why he's one of the premier Sojourns in the league. And we're going to have to see how Worthington Kilborn's going to respond to this. Not many comp switches so far, and they're not even close to their ultimates. I mean, Reynoldsburg's going to have multiple ultimates up this fight. Overclock, especially from Criffle. Pants once again falls down low. Criffle gets the railgun headshot. Worthington Kilborn is on point, though. They might try to take advantage of it, but looks like they're not. They want to take this fight to them. Ditzy falls. Gobbs is able to snuff him out. Overclock is up. He doesn't want to use it. Gobbs looking for what he can find. Reaper, a big threat to him, but it doesn't matter. Criffle gets him. Well, once again, this premier Sojourn play is able to take care of people, and once again, 2.
I think we should pay attention to this Juno gameplay as well. This
Yeah.
Juno is really doing a great job at keeping up her team.
Yeah, a really underrated, part of the team is the support. You saw Sam last match really praising Blender's Sojourn play, and from a varsity, collegiate varsity athlete like Sam, that is big praise. We see the ring come out here. They want to take this fight fast. They already are on point. Before Reynoldsburg can even respond, they are able to kind of set up this choke point, so they are going to be spamming into Worthington Kilborn. Kilborn seems to have a little bit more point control. The over comes out from Criffle. He's going to be looking for something. Blender's able to take care of Confirm Dead. Looks like Criffle's going to be able to take care of Check, get that headshot in the overclock. Looks like Criffle's going to get 2. He's going to be looking for 3. Ditzy trying to stay alive. Oh, it looks like they might not be able to. Oh, wait, did they? Oh, Ditzy barely able to get out. That would have been bad if they died right there. Virus comes out on Cray. They have to back up, taking that damage over time effect. Looks like we're able to go into this fight. 5 volts Worthington Kilborn. We're going to see how this works. Ring comes out. EMP quick. They're going to be looking for a quick pick. They're able to find one on Mr. Salt. Craig falling low. Pants does get down, though. The aggressive positioning needed for the EMP falls, comes in their downfall. Annihilation comes out from Cray. Cray gets 1. Gobbs. A great response from Reynoldsburg. They fall low early. They lose 1 early. They stay calm, and they're able to cap this point. Point 1 Reynoldsburg.
Reynoldsburg had some really amazing plays in there. Every single one of their teammates was definitely just at their best.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. I mean, look, dropping 1 early in a fight, that's a scary situation. But they stayed calm. They played to their strengths, and they were able to get that. They were able to get that pick off smart support play. They were winning fights without using any ultimates. So when their back got put against the wall, they could just pop multiple ultimates, get a couple picks, flip that fight. That's exactly what you want to see from Reynoldsburg. Worthington Kilborn still able to take it to Reynoldsburg. This is anybody's game. We're going to see a little bit of a comp switch. Comp's very similar to how Franklin Heights was playing this. They go from the Doom and they decide, hey, I want to see the Junker Queen. So we're going to see how this works out for them. Sojourn trying to take an off angle. Criffle trying to take this right angle. Looks like he is going to give it up. Looks like Worthing Killborn's going to be rushing all through there. That shout's going to come out. They get that overhealth and speed. They're running down Criffle. They are going in a loop-de-loop. They are able to get Criffle. They are going to have to follow up on this, though. They got their win con. Now they need to follow up. Oh, looks like Dizzy got caught out. Blender able to finish him off. They are caught in this room. Respawn's not going to be close for them. Criffle. They're gonna find Criffle on a flanker if they're not careful. Confirmed dead. Oh, Blender goes down. Cray is able to get confirmed dead, but that doesn't matter. 3 members of Reynoldsburg are already dead. It's just Cray on point here. It looks like he will not be able to do anything. Does get pants, but looks like it's a point cap for Worthing and Killborn.
Criffle is a very
hold up.
important
Never mind, it
player in
is.
this team.
Sorry, Criffle. They respected Criffle. They hid in that corner.
Criffle is very, very powerful in this team comp. And being able to take out Criffle first, that was very, very, very important to how they won that team fight.
Yeah, looks like we are going to be engaging here, though. The Ramacha trying to Vortex, trying to get the check. Caught out of position. The shout has to come out a little bit earlier than they maybe would have wanted to. But they get the speed, they get the overhealing. They are trying to burst down this tank. Now they see Blender all alone. They're going to try to get him. The healing's through, but looks like they actually decided to go far enough in. Blender falls down, but the Annihilation gets popped. Looks like Pants is going to fall as well. Craig pops Dragon Blade, gets 2. Check. He's able to get Mr. Salt, and looks like this will just be a slog out for the fight. Cray able to once again get the confirmed dead. Cray! An insane fight this game. Yeah, looks like they are able to get that 2v1. Looks like the 2's better than 1. Who knew?
I really did not think that Reynoldsburg had that fight, but Cray coming back with that Dragon Blade and being able to get those picks, that really helped them winning.
Yeah, you know, Reynoldsburg took advantage of that aggression from Worthington Killborn. You know, they wanted Blender. Blender's been such a threat. They're able to get him, but they had to invest a lot. So, you know, later on in the fight, you know, it didn't matter that they were down healing. You know, Reynoldsburg just had the number there. We're going to be going into this fight. Rampage is available, a very game-changing ult, but they do have the Kitsune, or they have the Suzu from the Kiriko. We're going to have to see how Mr. Salt plays this. If they play this well, the Rampage could be a non-factor. If they don't, this could be a very bad situation for Reynoldsburg. We're going to see the Kitsune comes out. It gets 2 people cleansed, but 2 people are still purple. Gobbs is able to get confirmed dead, but Pants and Worthington Killborn do flip it. They had the positioning advantage. Criffle pops ult. He's looking for some heads here. He's getting some massive damage on Pants. That's 2 so far. He's going to be looking for 3. He gets pulled in, but that's exactly where he wants him. Check is trying to do anything, but it doesn't matter. Criffle gets 3. There's nothing this man can do. So, 40 to 53%. Incredibly close game. Reynoldsburg is going to want to get some solid point progress on here. They have both support ults. They like what they see, and they're only going to be going up against a Coalescence from Worthington Killborn.
That cleanse into that Junk Queen ult, that really saved them there. And then
Yeah.
Criffle coming back with multiple Elons.
Kept their backline up. Criffle, once again, an early pick on Pants. You like your Pants when you're trying to play a game. Confirmed dead gets a Death Blossom out. Is able to get Blender, but no one else. The Annihilation comes out. He wants to do as much damage as possible. Cray is able to get Dizzy. Cray able to get 2. Both supports down this fight. Killborn not able to get much. Once you lose your supports, that's it. A big play from Cray, getting the most critical targets in the fight, able to clean up Reynoldsburg. So, 85%. We're ending last fight territory. We see not a lot of ults here, but importantly, we see the DPS ultimates. Some of the game changers in this map so far are going to have their best abilities up. We're going to see a good one here. Oh, Gobbs is able to get Ditzy. A great headshot railgun on top of Criffle. The Vortex comes out. Multimar slowed. Cray decides he likes his chances. He's going to pop Dragon Blade. Overclock comes out too. Cray gets 2. A big flick. Cray and Criffle to combine get 4. That will be map 1 Reynoldsburg.
That was a great game from Reynoldsburg.
That's what you want to see in your map. I mean, look, they have so many good players on this roster that you have to keep in mind everybody on this roster. Everyone's a threat. Criffle on the Sojourn. Great plays. Cray, I mean, Criffle is just he's kind of been carrying a lot of these fights, but the second Criffle goes down, Cray is there. Cray is not a force to be messed with. He got a 5K last match. I mean, this guy is a freak. Criffle, he's getting the consistent picks. Cray is taking care of it. Blender, staying alive, supporting. Gobbs, he is staying there. He's in their face. Nobody is safe when they're on low health. Gobbs is a hound dog. He sees somebody go low, he is there. You know? And I'm forgetting the flex. The flex is I'm Mr. Salt. Mr. Salt has had some great plays so far, has had some great utility, able to keep them in the fight. and that's what you want to see. It's all been Reynoldsburg so far because of a lot of great individual play, but they're playing together just as well.
Yeah, you really see that the individuals from Reynoldsburg are able to take each other's roles into account. If you have one role missing, the other role can still take their spot. And you see that a lot in Reynoldsburg, and it's very powerful for them.
Yeah, and I mean, Worthington and Kilbourne, a great map from them too. Pants had a really solid first showing in this map, but I also want to shout out Czech. I think Czech has had some great aggressive play. I think he knows what he wants, and you know, him with Playing Dead, I believe that was his name. You know, able to get really what they want in there. Looks like we are going to go on to second point. I believe this is Samoa. All I have is a portrait to go off of. I'm trying here. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? I think it's Hollywood.
It's Hollywood.
I don't have the map knowledge, you know, of the obscure geometry, you know. They used to have this one little like Wordle game where there's like a picture of a coffee cup and you just have to like guess what map it's from. I mean, some of these Overwatch fans, they know it. And I mean, speaking of Overwatch fans, you got some of the biggest Overwatch fans in this map alone. I mean, they live, die, and breathe competitive Overwatch. So much so that I was speaking to some parents and they actually were telling me about like a summer league that these kids made by themselves because they wanted to keep competing. They wanted to get just better and better and better. And I mean, it's paying off. We're seeing some high-level Overwatch here. I mean, like, I'm seeing some levels of like maybe even like collegiate play here. I mean, obviously like some future collegiate superstars in this map. And now we're seeing a Criffle on the signature Widowmaker. He played Widowmaker on Hollywood last map, and it was a threat. And we see Pants on this Ashe. That is a bad counter. Pants is not going to have fun if he does not play this wisely. The Widow comes out. They now know there's a Widow. They need to play smart. Okay? They know what they have, and now they need to develop the plan. They have a Winston. They can pressure the Widow out, but they need to watch out from those cooldowns from Reynoldsburg. Oh, actually, looks like Hobbs is going to switch. Criffle gets Reinhardt. They see that opportunity to go in. Czech says, hey, we need to act fast, but the pressure is there from Reynoldsburg. Reynoldsburg is going to steamroll on through. Looks like they are going to be able to get early point progress. Yeah, confirmed dead. Try to do what he could, but not really much he can do. You know, a lone Torbjorn against the world, you know. I like those odds, but not all the time. Looks like there will be a ball switch check.
That early pick on Reinhardt really helped Reynoldsburg push in. I'm really glad that they were able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, a prolonged stall from Czech, trying to keep a little bit of time off the board. Didn't think he could win it, so he backed off before he could die. But hey, every second matters in this game. Dobbs is going to go onto the sideline. He's going to try to find a good flank, trying to find somebody unsuspecting, but Czech is there to check him. Looks like we are going to see a heavy dive. He's going to try to take care of this turret real fast. Turret fast get a lot of consistent damage. He wants to get rid of that. The dive comes off on Criffle, the ball trying to take care of something. The support's there though, but supports are low from Reynoldsburg. They see a lot of damage. Criffle falls low. He's barely being able to keep up. Czech's able to get him. Gob does get Reinhardt. Did see both down. Worthington and Kilbourne able to get the pick, but the dive comes out stronger. Looks like 3-4 members of this side of Worthington and Kilbourne are dead. Looks like this will be another Reynoldsburg fight win. Yeah, we're going to see this dive come in. Pants, unfortunately, does get staggered. And they need to start looking at changes here. I mean, the ball seems like a good move, but, I mean, Pants, a great player in their own right. But, you know, a Widow into a... Actually, never mind. Criffle actually switched off the Tracer. They saw that ball. They didn't want that dive.
Reynoldsburg dive here is really working well. They are an aggressive team, and they are not letting them touch the point.
Czech is able to get Mr. Salt with his minefield. Able to dive in, get the slam in. Gobbs is able to get rid of Ditsy. That's one support down on both sides, but Gobbs falls. Confirmed dead, able to suss him out with the Torbjorn. That is a finally, Worthington Kilbourne is able to put their heels in the sand and stop the relentless march of Reynoldsburg so far this map. Ultimates on the board. We see a lot of big ultimates for Reynoldsburg. Worthington Kilbourne might have won this fight, but seems like they are going to have an uphill battle in the next one. As we say that Crippler is able to pick off Reinhardt, they might be able to win this fight without even popping any ultimates. Confirmed dead also falls. Cray is able to get the dive off. The Kiriko falls low, but they aren't able to get anything. Czech is doing everything he can, but it doesn't seem like it's enough so far. We're seeing Criffle trying to go to the high ground. He sees Ditzy. He's able to finish him off. Gets caught out. Nothing he can do. Check tries to support, but it's a little bit too late. Now they're going to run into a situation. Do they want to take this fight down one, or do they just want to cede the point? You know, Minefield comes out. Check. Not as much success as last time. Cripple gets a 2K pulse bomb. Goes into the back line. Find the support and the Ash together. They're trying to defend each other, but it doesn't matter. The pulse bomb able to get 2. Crave pops Dragon Blade there as well. Does get some success, but you know, that pulse bomb is really what was able to open up the fight. Check. He's just going to try to stay alive. You know, they still have this last point. They need to get a little bit more progress here. Confirmed Dead might get caught out here. He's going to try to get back. Suzu comes out. Check puts a lot of pressure on there. Pants able to get cripple. I mean, once again, Check relentlessly in the back line of this team. I mean, he has been just a pestilence. Not a lot you can do, and that's the role of Ball. We see the Coalescence come out. A lot of ults coming out Worthing Killborn. They have 4 ults. They need to make something else happen. They need the momentum back in their favor. A lot of ults from Reynoldsburg not online. It looks like Worthing Killborn finally able to get their feet in the grass. And once again, a big play from Check, able to get 2.
The team being able to hold their ground against that ulting Winston, even when the ball was kind of diving Reynoldsburg backline, is very impressive. It's good that they were able to hold their ground there.
Yeah, we're just going to see support ults from both sides, the Rally and the Juno ult, as well as the Minefield. We're going to see if we can get any value out of that. The Juno ult comes out. That's increased damage right there. Ditzy, Reinhardt both fall. That's 2 members away from going down. Check, gets a kill with the mines. They're going to try to make something off if they need to. Check, he's trying to do everything he can, not able to find much. Cripple, able to find Confirmed Dead. Blender, trying to do everything they can to keep their support line up as Check's just going to harass them. Gets the Mega Pack. Check is somehow still in this. He's going to need a support so he can't stay in this solo for too much longer. He's going to be able to get back to the team. We are entering final fight territory where they need to Killborn need to get something going if they want to get this under 2 minutes. Check, he sees something going on. The break sees the 2, boots him away. The Rally comes out from Worthing Killborn. That's extra overhealth in. Gobbs falls down. Killborn trying to find something out of this. They got to push a little bit more. They need to get more picks. Looks like Cripple still has the overclock for this next fight. That's a big threat for Worthing and Killborn. Check needs to keep them in check. If Cripple is able to get some value out of this, this could be a really bad time situation for Worthing and Killborn.
Losing your tank so early in the fight is very bad for your team. If you don't have a tank, it's very hard to push.
Rally comes out. Extra shield and stun comes in. Dragon Blade as well from Cray. This might just be it. Gobbs gets Pants and Ditzy. He's pressuring out. Reinhardt confirmed dead, both down. It looks like it's just going to be Check on the point. He's going to stall for his team to get back in. They need to get this clock under 1 minute. If they get the clock under 1 minute, they can still tie the map if they don't cap in any time. So they are going to be pushing the point. 4 members of the side of Worthing and Killborn are going to be back. They need to get back. They need to touch the point, and they need to stay on it for about 30 seconds. Pants falls down early. Mr. Salt's able to get taken out by Check. Looks like it's a 1-1 trade for everybody. Looks like a little bit more in the advantage of Worthing and Killborn, but as I say, that confirmed dead goes down. It's just Check. That's 3 members of the side of Reynoldsburg goes down. Check is able to get cripple. Gobbs gets Check, though. Not enough time. Reynoldsburg gets it. Minute 16 on the clock. I mean, a great rally there for Reynoldsburg at the end. I mean, going from 4 minutes to 1 minute and 15, that is great. But you're going to see some of those small mistakes really start trampling, especially because Reynoldsburg got it in over a minute. If you're unsure about how hybrid play works, if the attacking team gets it in over a minute and the other team gets it in no time at all, they essentially cannot lose the game. If they tie, they only tie if the other team does not get a single third of the initial control point. So Reynoldsburg is in a good position to win this, but Worthington Killborn is still very much in it. It's more or less, the lose condition is in place for Worthington Killborn, but the win condition very much in their hands.
Worthington is going to have to play a good game here in order to win this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Worthington Killborn. I think you're seeing, Pants and Check doing a lot of work. Confirmed Dead has been honestly really good. I think his Torb turrets have been in a great place. They're in these weird positions because his major perk allows him some more flexibility with where they go. And I'm really seeing a lot of good things from him, from the positioning. But Czech has really been doing a great job opening the rest of his team up to a lot of really aggro angles, drawing the attention of the supports. And we're going to see if he can continue on this with the Doom. The Doom, once again, another disruptor, but a little bit more kill potential. As we see, disrupted, Gobs off high ground. They no longer have as much high ground as control as they once did. Pants, he's in there. He's going to be looking for a stun or a hack. They're going to try to assassinate somebody. They see Gobs in here. They like what they see. They're in a great position compared to where Reynoldsburg was this early on. Cray able to get Ditzy, though. That's a major block. The Doom goes in. Is able to get Cray. He avenges his support. Confirmed dead, though, falls. Let's see if they can get a retribution. Looks like they won't as Cripple gets Reinhardt. Pants is going to go down, too. That's a quick fight win for Reynoldsburg.
Reynoldsburg taking that first fight is very good for them. They need to hold this point as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it earlier. The Doomfist is able to clear high ground. The DPS get up there too, but unfortunately, Ditzy, Cray sees the dive. He sees the opportunity, and they're able to finish him off. Once again, we see here, high ground gets taken over. That is important, but they need to take advantage of it. Cray, he's going to be poking. He's going to look to get somebody low. His teammate's going to come in right behind him, but Czech does not want that to happen. He's able to punch him off high ground. Pants tries to go on Mr. Salt, but it looks like the support's there. Confirmed Dead is looking for something, but it looks like he's going to find it. He's going to wraith out, but it looks like he doesn't get there. Cripple able to get the railgun on him. Czech backs out. Looks like he's maybe the only member of Worthington Kilborn able to actually get out of there alive. Actually, looks like nope. Reinhardt not able to get out of there. A tough situation with great follow-up from Reynoldsburg.
Cripple is hitting these railgun shots, and that's really allowing a lot of elims for Cripple.
Yeah, we're gonna see some ults online this fight. What do we think's gonna happen with them?
I could definitely see like an overdrive right now.
As we say that, Cray gets to this fight. 2 major bursts, Gobs also helps out. Once you're down 3, though, the fight's essentially over. Unfortunately, Czech already popped his ult, but he might get staggered here. He can't really do anything. He has to back out. He does get his empowered punch, so he will have a good offensive ability here. He's going to get high ground. Once again, he punches Cray from contesting. Oh, Cripple gets Pants. Pants falls down. Cray sees Ditzy. He wants to take this. He's fighting to use his blade, I know. He sees a big one, but he knows his team might already win it. But as I say that, confirmed that he's able to get Mr. Salt. But that's more members of Worthington Kilborn down. A minute 30 on the clock. They need to get something going. But you notice something in the top bar.
Reynoldsburg has ultimate.
I'm talking about Worthington Kilborn, though. We see a little bit of a game changer ultimate. And we see the EMP. Oh, but you can't win a fight off one support. They need to take their time. They cannot get staggered like this. They don't have the time. Both supports are down. They need to wait for both of them to get back in the spot. This isn't going to be a fight. This is going to be a recontest, more or less. So they have the EMP. They might have the Death Blossom in time for the EMP to use. They need to use these in order to win this fight. These are 2 game-changing ultimates if they're able to get the right abilities EMP. We see the dive come in from Czech. Czech, he's looking for something. He needs to make the most of it. The EMP comes through. That's 4 members up. Reynoldsburg done. Mr. Salt falls down. Cray is able to get the Dragon Blade up. Reinhardt is able to get crippled. The Dragon Blade's going to come up. Cray almost gets the Moira. The sun comes out from the Doomfist. He gets Cray low. Cray still gets the healing, though. Confirmed dead is confirmed dead. 2 from Worthington Kilborn. They're able to get up. Ditzy falls. Dobbs has a pop annihilation. The 2 members of Worthington Kilborn still there. Need to take care of him quickly before reinforcements come from Reynoldsburg. The Reynoldsburg people will die first, so they're going to get back quicker. Pants gets back in just enough time. Dobbs gets pushed off point. Worthington Kilborn is able to stabilize. They are getting point progress. They do get Dobbs. The Lucio comes out, but Pants falls down. Cripple is back. Cripple gets killed from Reinhardt. Check. He's going to look for an aggressive play here. The recontest is probably going to come through. Looks like it might not be able to. And looks like they do cap in overtime. Worthington Kilborn still in this game.
Those were some good plays from Worthington Kilborn. That EMP really allowed them to push into the point.
Check. Once again. Goes aggro. Has to get to his Moira for support. We're gonna see an overclock here on line for a Cripple. That's gonna be a major threat. They need to be careful. They need to take care of him early. Check. The second he hears that voice line, he needs to be on top of it. The hack comes through on God. Doesn't get through though, but it falls low. Cripple gets Ditzy. Didn't even have the pop bolt. The railgun's online. The hack comes in. Check has to back up though. They can't pull up on the hack on the Gobs. We're gonna see him get his empowered punch up. He's gonna look for big damage with it. The dive in. He sees Cripple. He wants it, but the slide, a great dodge. Gob's a little bit stuck out. The team's going to try to do as much damage as possible. Oh, they see Mr. Salt. They want him, and they find him. Pants does fall down, though. That's 1-1 down on both sides. The sport's down on the side of Reynoldsburg. They're going to try their best, but Ditzy also falls in the middle of the Juno Wall. The Juno Wall not doing enough to keep him alive. Confirmed Dead is going to look for a confirmed kill. He's going to try pressuring out Gobs, but Gobs is able to finish him off alongside Cripple. Cripple doing a great job this fight, keeping people up. He's playing super aggro. Check is trying to take care of him, but not enough's happening. He's still finding Robble's odds, and he finds it. The stagger comes down on Cripple, more or less. They do need to get back fast if they want to take advantage of Cripple's death. We're going to see some aggro play from Cray. He's going to try to make up for it. They see Ditzy fall low. They are able to follow up on it. What looked like an advantageous position. Gobs! How are you going to do that? Gobs gets 3 with one use of his Nemesis form. Check has his ult. He's going to try to look for something, but it looks like it doesn't matter. He's in the backline. He's not able to find anything. The maneuverability from Blender. He's putting him in a blender. I mean, you know, he's trying to do as much as he can. Maybe he's trying to be a little bit too heroic. I mean, great play, but he's not with his team. There's no follow-up. He's going to try to boop Dobbs. Dobbs in the middle of the other team's, Worthing Killborn's backline, but it doesn't matter. He pops forward and he says, I like this position. You know, he's in the room. A lot of pressure's going to come out on him, but his healers are still able to keep him up. Cripple pops overclock. He's able to get Pants. Pants Ditzy now. 2 for Cripple. Dobbs is able to get 1 more. They are trying to pressure him back. Check. Once again, they're able to get a fight up game, but it's at the end of the fight. You know, the effective burst from Check isn't coming until multiple members of his team are already gone, you know? This is overtime. Worthington Killboy needs to stay alive. They're able to get Mr. Salt. That's a big fight early in. Confirmed dead. He's looking for his ultimate. And that time, Pants, Check, and Ditzy all get 1 fight each. It looks like they are still alive. Back against the wall. Worthington Killborn has been showing up.
Reynoldsburg still has 1 more chance to touch here. They
yeah,
also have
Worthington
3
Killborn's need to be
ults.
smart. 3 ultimates. How do you play against this if you're Worthington Killborn?
You gotta play it safe. Those ultimates can be deadly.
Yeah, take it to Cray. Cray has had insane Dragon Blade so far this fight. We're going to need to see how this goes. Reinhardt falls low, confirmed dead, falls low. A lot of people fall low. Cray pops his Dragon Blade. He gets 1, he gets 2. Cray looking for his 3rd, but it doesn't matter. They're all dead already. 2-0 Reynoldsburg as we go into the half. Match point. So, a lot of great offensive play. I mean, play of the game, more like player of the match so far. Cripple, he's got multi-kills. You see that pulse bomb in there. He sees 3 people in the room. He's like, well, I'll get something. And there you go. Triple kill for Cripple. An amazing showing so far. You know, Worthington Killborn, not out of it yet. They need to rally, though. Okay, you go down 0-2, beginning of the map, or beginning of the match. This is the finals. You know, there's no more after this. Okay, there's no more tomorrow, there's no more next game. There's only here and now. There's the next map, and that's it. What do you do to get your mental back in the right space?
Gotta take deep breaths. That's what I do.
Deep breaths.
Talk to your team.
You know, I mean, all you're gonna do is just go out there and play some Overwatch. You know, I mean, I really like the ball from Czech. I think they're able to get themselves on a map where they can play ball. I think they could really do it. I think he was doing a great job at harassing the backline. Because honestly, like Czech, he's doing great, but almost I think he's asking, you know, too much. Or not too much. I think he's trying to do a little bit too much himself. And I think Ball kind of plays into that, where he's able to kind of mess around in the back line, you know, have the supports distracted, while the rest of his team is able to take advantage of their skill. Because this is a very talented skill. Pants is a great aimer. You know, the rest of the team, great, but so far they've just not really had the coordination with the dive they needed to in as quick of a, you know, time. Because it's all about setup. You know, who's able to set up faster and who's able to get their dive up. And it looks like Reynoldsburg is just able to up that pace.
Reynoldsburg up now by 2. I'm sure their mental is doing fine.
Yeah, but I mean, something can be said about getting too overconfident. You know, complacency is a dangerous drug, especially in any sports, Overwatch, any esport. You know, so I think as we're gonna look into this, we're gonna need to see Czech play maybe a little bit of a different style. I mean, I think a ball from Czech, I think that really fits in the style. And I think we're going to need to see a little bit more coordination. You know, they're doing a great job. They have the talent, I think, necessary. I think it's just getting the dive a little bit better and trying to, you know, take care of the important targets on Reynoldsburg. You know, I think maybe shutting down DPS. You know, I think one mistake they're making is they're going after Blender. Blender, incredibly survivable. You know, maybe look after Mr. Salt. A lot of the fights they won were off early picks off Mr. Salt. So, you know, I think it's maybe finding your prioritization and finding, you know, what works best for that. And you might have noticed that very busy scene here in the background. You know, everyone's moving around, multiple people in this back room. That's because Super Smash Brothers is also going on. If you want to support Super Smash Brothers, go follow Esports Ohio's Twitch. Be sure to support them. If you're watching right now, that means you're on the Bobcat Esports Twitch page. This whole event is in partner with Esports Ohio, as being run with Ohio University Esports. We are being broadcast live from Ohio University Scripps Room 001 in our Esports Arena. If you or somebody you know is looking at a future college option, Ohio Esports, great option for that. Be sure to keep it in mind. State-of-the-art Esports Arena, great esports squads. Be sure to join. Yeah, we'd love to see you. Maybe if you're interested in broadcast, like this sick setup you're seeing over here, because look, I mean, pretty sick duo.
It's pretty cool.
I mean, I'd want to be like us if I were.
Yeah, I mean, just look at us. We're cool.
Yeah, we're stunting. You know, but looks like we have a little bit more going on. Might be taking a little bit of a halftime break as the teams try to rally. And so the question is, will Worthington Kilbourne be able to bounce back? The answer will come after the break. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. The last half of the Overwatch Finals. Reynoldsburg up to Worthington Kilbourne at 0. It's interesting. We see the trophy they're gonna play for on the screen right here. Yeah, I mean, Worthington Kilbourne, they need to get in it. They're down 2. Match point. Worthington Kilbourne needs to dig deep into the pockets. You know, coach needs to get the brain working. They need to come up with what they need to win. You know, the keys are there. Worthington Kilbourne, incredibly talented team, but so far, it has been Reynoldsburg game.
We have a lot of strong players. I feel like Worthington still has a chance to take it back.
Definitely. I mean, Reynoldsburg, though, we've seen a lot of great stuff from them. I mean, across the board, a lot of really great individual play, but they're also playing as a team well. You know, it's a hard cookie to break, but I mean, we've seen a lot of positives from Worthington Kilbourne. I mean, I've been talking his ear off. You know, Czech, I think, has had a lot of great play, but I think you cannot dismiss the effectiveness of the support and DPS line. I think there's been a lot of great value of it. I just think that, you know, they need to work on getting a little bit more on the same page, you know. I think it's just been a couple of different ideas that once they kind of push together, I mean, this is the team that can run it against Reynoldsburg. You know, Reynoldsburg has just had so far a dominant path to this point, but, you know, maybe sometimes all you need is the right form of opposition. So really, you know, Reynoldsburg, they might be at game point, but Worthington Kilbourne is going to try to claw back map by map by map.
It's going to be a good game between these two.
Yeah, there's really nothing more to say. We've seen the bracket so far, you know. Maybe not the closest in map score. A lot of great games, but the score would not tell you that. A lot of 3-0s, but we've seen a lot of competitive games. I mean, Franklin Heights took it to Reynoldsburg on map 1. Dublin Kaufman was always in it against Worthington Kilbourne. And even in here, Worthington Kilbourne has had some really great moments in each of the map. You know, it's just not been lengthy enough over the course of the entire map to really be worth it. So, as we go into this next map, we're going to want to see that brilliance that we've seen from Worthington Kilbourne kind of expand, and we're going to want to see Reynoldsburg stabilize. You know, this is a big moment. They're about to win. You know, we need to see them stay calm and do what they've been doing, and, you know, make sure they don't get caught off guard by anything that Worthington Kilbourne might be throwing at their way.
I mean, as you said earlier, getting too kind of confident can definitely be a downfall for a lot of really good teams. They need to stay focused and make sure that they can play as good as they possibly can.
Yes, and it looks like we are on to our third and potentially final map, or potentially halfway map if we go to map 5. It will be Esperanza, a push map. Looks like Worthington Kilbourne is going to be adding a new DPS player in Binkus. I absolutely love that name.
That is a very nice name.
Yeah.
Bingus Smungus. Gotta love it.
I don't know. I think it's hard to top Ryan Fart.
That is a pretty good one.
I think Binkus is pretty solid. One thing that these high school players have, they have some great names.
That is true.
I mean, Blender.
Way better than ours.
Awesome. Oh, whoa. Are you going to disrespect LeBron James and Dexter Pittman on Ohio University varsity?
You know,
somehow they are
fair.
able to use those names as their gamer tags. But no, looks like we will be getting into it. We are going to be seeing a Junker Queen, Sombra Tracer. A little bit of an interesting comp. Have not seen this much, but this could be a very interesting one.
So, it does look almost like a dive comp, but not quite there. Almost a dive comp.
The Shout adds mobility. We could see Reynoldsburg on their tried and true. Everyone on their comfort picks, it seems. But looks like Reynoldsburg not currently in point control. Where they come on, able to get there quickly. We're going to see how this kind of forms out. Cripple looking for a fix. He sees his rail gun up. He sees somebody low. He decides to go for him. Mr. Salt gets hacked. Pressure comes in from Czech. They're able to back him up, though. Oh, Reinhardt goes a little bit, maybe too aggressive. Cripple able to punish him. The Tracer's there. He's trying to find something, but they're kind of caught in the open. Gobbs able to get killed. Yeah, Cripple. That's 3 this fight. It's what you want to see. Really great at cleaning up kills as well as generating them. And as we see right there, that was 4 picks this fight. And the stagger. That's an extra 10 seconds of point progress that they're gonna be allowed to have because of that last second pick on that Tracer.
Sojourn is a very impressive character this season. You see a lot of Sojourn in pro play, and what she really excels at is finishing off those kills, and you see Kriffle utilizing that very well.
Yeah, we're going to look here. The fight's going to come up a little bit more split. Oh, Cray all alone gets hacked, gets burst down. He's almost dead. Supports are able to come through. The flex there. He gets back to high ground with his team, but the enemy sim is already there. The fight's going to come to him, but it looks like they're able to stay alive. Pants able to get a virus on Mr. Salt. Falls though from Cripp's railgun. They see the chaser low. He's able to get the mega though. Oh, Dizzy gets picked. Gob's able to snuff him out. Cray find Reinhardt. A lot of dashes in this room, gets a lot of damage. Kriffle gets pings, and it looks like another fight win for Reynoldsburg. Reynoldsburg, the last 2 push maps they've gotten have been really short, and we're going to have to see if this is going to follow as well.
We're building up on that Junker Queen ult. Reynoldsburg doesn't really have anything to stop that, so I really think that could be a very powerful tool for Worthington.
Yeah, Reynoldsburg has had just straight domination and push so far today. If I'm Worthington Kilborn, I would be concerned. They're playing a little bit in a unique position. They need to rotate back, and we see that come here. They're going to try to fight them in this portion of the street. They try to get out Gobs. Gobs falls low. They're going to have a little bit of less tank action there. Cray sees the Sombra. They want to pressure him out. The Sombra's able to get away, though. Cray is on an off angle. Salt and Dizzy both get traded out. The support's down from both sides. That's healing Dawn. This is going to be a quicker fight. Rampage comes down. Only gets 1, though. Cray gets snuffed out by Pants. Binkus, though, falls from Gobs. Gobs able to snuff one out. Check. Gets crippled. This might be the first fight win. Oh, but as I said, Blender does fall. This might be the first fight loss for Reynoldsburg. Pretty much today in push. Worthington Kilborn able to stabilize, and they need to be perfect from here on out. That's a lot of progress lost for the first push.
I mean, as I said, that Junker Queen ultimate really just came in clutch for them. They don't really have any way to play against that. It'd be interesting to see what Reynoldsburg does to play against that in as this match kind of goes on.
Yeah, Reynoldsburg has been looking like a Goliath, but Worthington Kilborn needs to be David here. You know, they've only lost 1 fight all push. We're going to see an aggro play from Check, but their supports have gone down. They can't play that aggro if they don't have a support. Pants falls down as well. I mean, as quickly as they won, they also lost. Reynoldsburg really able to push this fight around. The Annihilation comes through, maybe a little bit unnecessarily, but Worthington Kilborn will have to take what they can. You know, getting that support ultimates out, but the Tracer needs to get out of here safely. They are able to, seemingly, but the God's going to use that ultimate unnecessarily, but Reynoldsburg has 4.
Reynoldsburg is coming in with 4 extremely useful ultimates here. This is going to be very hard to play against. However, they also have an EMP over on Worthington, which can definitely be a game-changing ultimate.
Yeah, if Worthington Kilborn wants to win this, they need to have an EMP. Reynoldsburg, though, they are in the driver's seat of their destiny. We're going to have to see how this goes. Coalescence comes out. Reynoldsburg says, hey, we don't have to play into this. They back up. Gob's the only one holding. Gob pops Nemesis form. He's trying to get an aggro. The hack comes through. The virus comes through. He's taking a lot of damage. He has to back up the corner. He's going to push in. The rally's going to come in for Mr. Salt. Ditzy falls. Mitch Gob's able to get him. They do push. They do find Check alone. The stun comes out. Check falls down. The rally doing a lot of damage. 2 ults use that fight. Honestly, a pretty good value from Reynoldsburg. They still have 2 important ults. Worthington Kilborn only used the Moira ult. So, 3 major ultimates online right now. Ditzy is Juno. Check with the Rampage, sorry. And then the EMP. Something needs to happen from one of these 2, or one of the 3, from something that's done. Big Anti comes out, Gobs. He needs to get pressured out if Reynoldsburg wants to take this, but Cripple, doesn't matter. Able to get the Sombra before she can even pop her ultimate. Reynoldsburg, once again, in the driver's seat. Dragonflame comes out, he's going to be looking for something big. Rampage comes out through, gets 2. Reinhardt falls down. Cray gets what he needs to and nothing else. Not too greedy about it. Looks like they are going to be pushed against their spawn door. Check. Falls down to Gobs. Cripple gets Bingus. They are up against the spawn door. We are in final fight territory. This is the longest Reynoldsburg has gone in a push map. But it doesn't matter if they get it to the end nonetheless. Worthington Kilborn needs to step it into high gear now. A 4 EMP comes out from Reynoldsburg. Cray kills Pants though. Blender's low. They see it, but the Juno ults come out. Dueling Juno ults. 3 for the side of 4. There's only 1 man left alive for Worthington Kilborn. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Check falls. And that's Reynoldsburg. Gets it in 3. Your Central Southeastern Ohio Regional Champions, Reynoldsburg. I mean, a great job, a dominant performance this tournament from Reynoldsburg. Flawless in maps, pretty much flawless in push. I mean, just incredibly impressive play. Honestly, their play has been elevated to a new level this season. Really what you want to see. We will be getting, unfortunately, we are going to be able to get a interview from a player of both teams, kind of get their minds on what was going on in the game, both sides of it. 3-0s are some of the hardest losses to take in Overwatch. Probably the second worst loss in my opinion. But yeah, so we're just going to have to see, how these teams bounce back. I believe this isn't the end of their season. I believe they have more play after this. I'm just vamping for time until the interviewee comes up. Isn't that fun? Little secret of the trade. Callisto, Reynoldsburg, your regional champions. What are your takeaways?
I mean, every single player on Reynoldsburg has a lot of potential. All of them are playing like they're collegiate, honestly. And each of them are playing like a team. They're not playing individually, they're playing together. They are a powerhouse, and I'm glad to see that they won.
Yeah, I mean, well deserved from Reynoldsburg. Worthing and Kilbourne had a lot of good things going for them, though. I was really impressed about how, look, you lose, it's hard to look at the positive. But admittedly, that was the best any other team had played Reynoldsburg on push. While it doesn't feel like a victory, it may feel like a Pyrrhic victory in the sense that you still lost. But being able to take it to the number one team at this regional in a way that no other team can proves that you were supposed to be there. Which, as much as it might sting, I think it's deserved. Congratulations to Worthing and Kilbourne on a great performance this tournament. You deserve to be here, no matter what the score says. A great team nonetheless. Reynoldsburg, worthy champions. Welcome back, everybody, from that brief intermission. I am joined here with a member of the championship Reynoldsburg team, Cray. Crazy Cray.
Crazy
Cracked
Cray.
Cray. 5K Cray. I mean, amazing performance from you.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
What does this mean to you? I mean, 9-0 in maps. What does this mean?
I mean, this means a lot to me. I think as a team, we worked really hard from fall season all the way to here. Like the effort we put, the VODs we've done, the scrims we played, like everyone wanted to win, everyone wanted to improve. And it shows here. It's like really exciting.
Yeah, and it seems like you and Worthington and Kilbourne have had a kind of a lengthy history, going back 3 years since the creation of the head-to-head. I mean, what does it mean to you specifically to go against a rival and put up a performance like that?
I mean, I'm really happy. After a performance last year, it was kind of disappointing that we ended up third, but now we're coming back. We're in regionals. We're going strong. So I'm very happy that we can put up numbers against Kilbourne.
Yeah. So I'd like to talk about your individual performances. You've been cracked.
Thank you.
Insane performances. Great job. What do you think is your greatest strength as a player? And how do you think that translates to team success?
I'm a game sense player. I'll say it. I'm a big communicator. I'm a yapper of the team. So I lead the team. I tell us what we're gonna do, and we do it great. Every time.
I mean, clear to see. I mean, you were always there to mop up kills. It seems like you knew where to be at the right time. I mean, great work. Congratulations on the season so far. I have one more question.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe two. What comes next for Cray?
For Cray?
Yeah.
I mean, Cray's gonna win states.
Cray's gonna win states. You heard it here first, folks. Reynoldsburg just said it. States is in their future. Tune in. Be sure to tune in to States as we see Reynoldsburg attempt to make it all the way.
Yep.
Give it up for Cray, everybody. Reynoldsburg, congratulations.
Yep.
Cray.
Welcome back, everybody. We just got done talking with Reynoldsburg player Cray, if you didn't see. Now joined up is our runner-up, Ryan Fart. Probably one of the best names I've seen today. First things first, congratulations on second place. Obviously, maybe not the result you wanted, but how are you feeling after this tournament?
Pretty good. I think for the past 2 years, it's also been us versus Reynoldsburg at the end of every regional tournament. We've gone to states every time, and the first time they beat us, we beat them. But last year, or 2 years ago, they beat us, but then we beat them in states. So we'll see how it runs.
Yeah, so obviously, constant head-to-head, major rivalry brewing in high school esports. How do you view these games differently, maybe compared to a different game, like your Dublin Coffin game?
It's definitely more of a helps us evaluate how far we've come because it's more of a competition. They come back, they beat us, we want to beat them, they want to beat us, back and forth, so on.
Nice. And I want to bring it down to you specifically. What do you think your biggest strength is, and how do you think it contributes to your team's continued success?
I would have to say my biggest strength is probably collaboration, even though obviously that was not evident in our team play. We work well as individuals, but we have a hard time coordinating and working around each other, finding opportunity, and that's something we need to work on before states, but I think we can do it.
Yeah, and high school esports is a little bit of a different, state because obviously your coach, maybe not the most familiar with Overwatch. It seems like I spoke to him early in the day, has a lot of hats, also announces like volleyball, basketball, does other event coordinating. So I'm curious, how is it on the students to, self-improve and coach each other?
in all fairness, we know more about the game than he does. We play all the time. We work together. We're friends at school and everything. So we have to kind of take it upon ourselves to figure things out and improve, and most importantly, not bring anything that happens in the game outside of the game and working together. But we definitely do have to take it upon ourselves and figure things out and kind of keep up to date on what's new, what we can do.
Well, hey, fantastic job. It might not have been the outcome you wanted, but still, impressive performance. Thank you so much for stopping by. Congratulations to Worthington Kilbourne for that. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I think this might be it for me. Coming up next will be our awarding of the lovely plaques. Once again, congratulations to Reynoldsburg and Worthington Kilbourne on a great tournament. Thank you guys.
Congratulations. See you guys in States.
Put your hand down. Hands down. Hands down.
it is a wider stage.
Kind of a little bit more room for Snake to work with here. But Terry can get close and do some damage pretty well, especially once he gets his go meter. It's time to go for him.
I'm surprised that Terry there didn't do like a jab power dunk, or not power dunk, jab like down special, because that is a true combo that's built into like his character.
Just seems like he's kind of going for the grabs here, you know.
Yeah.
Just playing this kind of safe, waiting for Snake to.
Yeah, there's the combo right there. There's the jab down special. Snake is trying to play the safe here.
Yeah. Forces him into a ledge guard situation here.
Okay. Terry is not super great off stage, but does have some recovery tools to make it back on stage.
Yeah, he is a menace when he's on.
Okay, Terry now does have go meter, which basically is his DLC privilege, which allows him to do power geyser. Yep, right there. There we go. There. Okay, that doesn't take the stock, but does give him access to two different moves. And that will take the stock. So we'll see if Terry here holds on to his go meter. If he does lose a stock here, he will go back to normal for his next stock. Because once you get to 100%, that's when the go meter activates. I'm interested to see because there are some. Yep, there's the true combo. That is a true combo.
Wow, 46%.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow. Yeah, Terry with go meter is pretty powerful.
Very scary. So like the whole kind of like
Whoa, that was clean.
That was very clean. The grenade.
Yeah,
Okay.
he made him hold the grenade.
Yeah. That was
Wow.
super clean. Okay, well played by a Snake.
Okay, forward throw here. Puts Snake in a leg trap situation. Nice spot dodge. Good reversal too. Put him in a situation. Just so many tools for Terry to try and not get back on stage here with this Snake.
Snake does have one stock left here and does get hit by his own explosions here. Terry is trying to do the best he can to try and take out the Snake. Okay. Oh, and the explosion.
gosh.
Okay, this Snake knows his setups. This Snake knows his setups.
Let's see if we get a little comeback.
Oh,
here.
and that should do it. That should do it. Oh wait, the DI.
Oh, he almost had
almost DI'd out of
Almost
it, but
DI'd.
the like I said, Terry's jab down special. That is a really good move. So it looks like the Terry will be going into this next game with was it one stock?
I think
yeah.
one stock.
Yeah, one stock.
Snake almost pulled it off.
But yeah, the Snake was able to take two stocks off that Terry.
So far, Grandview and Dublin Kaufman has been a good matchup. Both of their players, all of their players are pretty well versed in their characters and know their setups and know their combos. And it's a pretty exciting
Snake
match.
player was pretty crazy.
What do you think we're gonna see here? Terry versus.
I'm not too sure. I forget who this guy played last time.
Maybe Rob. I feel like I've
I'd
seen some Rob in the tournament.
Yeah, he is a pretty good character, but I'm not sure like what the best matchup against Snake is. Honestly, Sonic is probably a good matchup against Snake. Sonic is considered the best character in the game.
Yeah.
And then next is probably Steve. Oh, Pac-Man.
Okay.
Honestly, I love a good Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Like I am all for a really good Pac-Man, but we'll see how Pac-Man fares against Terry here. Terry will have to self-destruct twice here.
And he's got the good Pac-Man skin on too.
The oven mitts.
Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite's like with the blue cuffs.
Yeah,
like,
the blue cuffs
Yeah,
are
that
good
one's my
too.
favorite. All right, looks like we're getting to the heat of things here. We're starting off already with that jab.
Yeah, and Pac-Man's a pretty light hero, so Terry should it's gonna be hard for Terry, I feel, to kind of combo into him with him possibly falling out of some combos.
With the Pac-Man already taking 86%. Yeah, Terry's taking 0%. We might get a 0 to death here. If we get a 0 to... Oh, no 0 to death. Okay.
Man, almost had it.
Pac-Man could go for a forward air chain off ledge. It's definitely something that could be possible.
What does he almost has Bell charged right now. We could see like a Bell combo into...
Well, Pac-Man does have to take use of his tools. Oh, what was that? Was that forward smash?
I think so. You
Whoa, okay. That was kind of weird.
Punch through the grab there.
We do have a stock taken off Pac-Man here.
I believe Bell is charged, so we are in kill,
Or no, he did-
possibly kill percent for.
Oh yeah, there's
for
Bell,
Terry.
but it
he
misses there. Pac-Man does have different uses for each of the fruit items, or for his just special attack. Yeah.
Good dodge there. Good
I
shield
do
protect
believe
on
Bell
that.
is probably one of the. Oh! Did you see that?
Uh-uh.
Pac-Man just used his trampoline to get Terry out of the go meter. There, that was crazy.
Oh, nice dodge.
Yo, the hydrant.
we
Yeah,
do have
Terry
Bell
does have
charged,
go
man.
meter, so he is is very dangerous right now. Oh,
okay.
oh, clean. Yep, there.
That
That
was nice.
that is true Pac-Man combo.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't realize that knocked Terry back so far.
That's why he's got to
there.
go for the belt, for the stun, and then
Yeah.
that is true Pac-Man combo.
I was expecting to see like an up smash there, or like some more powerful attack than just a side B.
Well, for Pac-Man, typically his smash attacks have a lot of end lag, so that's
Okay.
why Pac-Man players typically don't go for smash attacks.
Okay.
Yeah. So typically, a lot of Pac-Man players go, if they want to do like a finisher, they'll either do like a side special combo like that, or they'll do like a back air, because those are like some of his killing moves.
Yeah, that was pretty clean.
Very, very clean by the Pac-Man. But I wonder what we'll get next here instead of for the Terry player.
Yeah, there's been a lot of good characters being picked so far. I'm glad I'm not just seeing Kazuya and
Yeah.
Rob being played.
Yeah, you know, like all the. There are a lot of top tier characters being picked here. I would honestly love to see some lower tier characters
True.
being played, and
Yeah.
like you love to see those players who like really good with the lower tier characters, and they just steamroll. And it's I'm always a big sucker for Lucas players.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's true.
I love seeing Lucas clips and stuff. They're really clean, especially if players know their double jump zero cancel.
Is he Echo Fighter with Ness?
No, Lucas is his own character.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's got like his own moveset. Like he does have similar ones like PK Fire and PK
Yeah.
Thunder, but they work differently than Ness's.
Interesting.
It does look like they are working on stage bans right now. It looks like they might be getting into the swing of things here.
Now, if you were to ban a stage, what would you think?
Personally, I'm not a big fan of Yoshi's story.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm not a big fan, but I love a good Pokemon Stadium 2. That's
Yeah.
always the gentleman stage.
Facts. Because it's good for most people.
Also, big. I like Final Destination as well as
Okay.
Small Battlefield. Those are my other go-tos.
FD.
Town and City's pretty fun too with the
Yeah,
moving
with
platforms.
the moving platforms. You can get plot armor on those pretty well if you get
And it looks like
lucky.
we're starting here. We got Falco.
Falco versus Pac-Man. Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, and he's got the ankle.
Yes, we got my favorite skin for Pac-Man. All right. But the Pac-Man will have to SD here. I believe. Just looking at the different characters, I believe Falco might have the advantage. Just as it could be anybody's game at the end of the day, but I believe Falco might have an advantage just for like character selection wise. But who knows? This Pac-Man could just bring out the combo game here, because Pac-Man is like his whole game is working with his moveset for combos, especially like his setups.
Oh, nice deflect there on the Bell, almost sending it right back at Pac-Man. Both just kind of poking at each other in the neutral. The fire hydrant kind of causing some chaos, moving them back.
I'm interested to see if we'll get like any interesting hydrant plays this game, because the water that comes out of the hydrant whip can push players and it can lead up to very interesting setups. It looks like they are both playing very safe here. The Falco. Whoa, okay, the apple into
fire
hydrant. Yeah, we'll take the stock for against Falco there.
That was clean.
Very good setup. The Pac-Man knew that the hydrant would go up onto the platform and take Falco stock.
Nice deflect there on the strawberry. Falco's just trying hard to get something to work here.
Pac-Man is applying a lot of pressure here.
Both just kind of feeling each other out on the neutral here. It looks like Pac-Man's going to win this neutral trade and then gets in.
Oh, he tries to go for the up smash read, but doesn't quite get it. Yeah, he's going to try and hydrant there. Oh, there's the down smash to try to catch Falco's recovery. Oh, he doesn't get the next one there.
Yeah, really good edge guard coming in from Pac-Man here.
Oh, he's going for the. Oh wait, he's got. Does he have? No, he doesn't have. He's got Bell. He's got Bell, but he goes. Oh, he tried to go for the up throw combo into the Bell, but it didn't quite get it because it's on the platform. Oh, there's the apple into Hydrant again. Oh, and the back air from Falco will take Pac-Man's stock. Oh, we get the orange. Okay. Oh,
Okay.
oh, yep. Pac-Man's down air is also really good at killing at high percents as well. But it is neck and neck. It is a one stock on one stock here. So it's anybody's game here. Oh, the grab combo.
Nice.
Oh, he tried to get the
Throwing
read there because the Falco air dodge, but he didn't quite get the timing right on the up smash. Everybody, they're just working on their spacing there. Oh, wait. Oh, for a second, because I know that was like a true Pac-Man combo right there. I thought he was going to like lead into something because there's some crazy clips you can lead into with the shift. Oh, the trampoline. Oh, he was he was trying to use the, like I said. Oh wait, the back air from Falco will take stock. Okay, the Pac-Man almost got that forward smash with the hydrant water on the Falco there. Very, very close that game, but that was very intense.
Yeah, that was very intense. Falco ended up clutching that one out in the end.
Yeah, Pac-Man did have to take a stock at the beginning of the game, but did really good job taking off the stocks for Falco.
Yeah.
And Falco will have to take SD twice this game. We'll see what stages they'll pick for this game. I wonder what they're going to lead into for this.
I don't know. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Pokemon Stadium, so...
That's
I
like
wouldn't be
everybody's
surprised.
go-to. Yeah, everybody's like, yeah, PS2 is the pretty good stage. Yeah,
pretty neutral ground for everybody.
Oh. I think they're getting ready here.
Yeah, I wonder what characters we're going to get here.
Because, yeah, it's going to be Falco, but, like, they have to get a good matchup against this Falco here.
Yeah, what would you say is pretty good into Falco?
Falco is a really tricky character to play around. I don't know. Like, Falco's pretty tricky. You can't play as, like, big hitbox characters because they're just going to be combo food for Falco. So you have to play kind of, like, more faster. Oh, okay, Game & Watch. This is going to be an interesting match because Falco does have a reflector, but so does Game & Watch, and could use his bucket to absorb the laser shots from Falco. But it won't do much for Game & Watch's bucket.
Think we'll see any 9s getting rolled here?
It's potential. If he grabs him at 0% and does the combo with Game & Watch, then it's potential. Oh, there we go. We already got filling up the bucket a little bit. I do think Game & Watch is definitely probably going to hold out with this because Game & Watch does look like a good matchup against Falco here.
Yeah, kind of these big hitbox moves able to catch Falco out of position some of the time.
Game & Watch is really high tier. He's a high tier character. He's very good putting pressure on, especially with his nair and up airs. His does a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he's got really good juggle combos too, as you can see. He was trying to bust that one out on Falco.
Going for your side special, your flag, is really risky because you can roll a 1, which does 14% to you. And you could low roll, which wouldn't do much. But it's all about gambling, right?
Yeah, true.
Oh, he is going for that. He's going for that. He was going for the random up smash, which I kind of, yeah, go for the random up smash because like it does have invincibility frames on that.
Does it?
He's trying to go for the neutral special into a forward smash there, but didn't quite get it. I think both are just trying to play safe. Wait, there it is. Yep. Well played by Game & Watch. Well played.
Yeah, that was that. What was that? His side special? Is that what kind of play or down?
That's down smash. Yeah, down smash. It's there's a specific hitbox on down smash, like at the ends of the hammers. That's like the grounding state, so it'll put you into ground, and then he just did a forward smash right after that. You can mash out of that, but it's pretty hard.
Yeah, Game & Watch has a really strong forward smash. That's for sure, especially when both of those moves are used in tandem like that.
It looks like, yeah, like Game & Watch is a very, very fun character to play. I honestly, I do main Game & Watch.
Okay, a little bias.
I wouldn't say bias, but like he's a very, very good character in the grand scheme of things. Most like because like he can just he's got a lot of like movement options, especially with his down air with the key and stuff.
Yeah.
And he's got the fastest recovery move in the game.
does
It's
he?
3 frames.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's very very fast.
Yeah, and it goes a lot of meters, that's for sure, going up.
So Game & Watch is like known as a very fast character. Like his down, like you can just spam his smash attacks and it'll just work.
That's crazy.
Especially with down smash because it covers a very wide area of the stage.
When he gets his bucket filled, does he do more damage, or does he able to like reflect the projectile back at them?
Actually, good question. It kind of depends. So his bucket only fills if it has like energy energy attacks, so that could go from like Falco we saw earlier. His laser is considered as an energy type attack,
so it's not any projectile.
It's not any projectile. So there's 2 different kinds of projectiles. You have energy, and then you just have like the regular projectiles. So Game & Watch can absorb energy projectiles, and with a special gimmick for Game & Watch, depending on what you collect in your bucket, there's 3 notches that you have to fill up your bucket for. Depending on how strong the move is, depends on how many notches that fills in your bucket, and depending on what kind of attacks you collect in your bucket, the weaker or stronger that attack can be. So once you fill up your bucket, you can press, you can use down special to release like a oil spill like attack. And if it were, let's say, Falco, that last game with the laser, if he filled that all the way up, it wouldn't actually do that much damage or knockback because that move is does very little damage. But if we're talking like maybe like Samus's fully charged energy ball, if that were in the bucket, that would be immensely powerful. So it can go from like something measly as 20% to something like 60%, and do an incredible amount of knockback. And that move can kill at 0.
Oh, really? Could you collect hypothetically like a hero? You know how hero shoots out like a big, like an explosion. Not like his self-destruct, but he shoots out like an explosion.
Yeah, so Hero does have a lot of spells that he can use.
Do spells count as energy?
Some do, some don't. So here, like for example, Kaboom. The first part of Kaboom, it actually doesn't count as an energy projectile. The last part, when it has the explosion, that does count as energy.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's very weird. And also, Game & Watch, it can also be used as a reflector against regular projectiles. So if we're not talking about energy-based ones, you can just reflect those as well.
Yeah, right now we're just looking like we're in intermission with Granville and Dustin Kaufman in here. Really good showing from both teams here. It's really looking like neck and neck. Both teams taking lead stocks and games off each other. But it does look like Grandview is going to take the first set.
Yeah. Interested to see how this will turn out. They're going to obviously bring back more of the player, like more of the same characters from last game, to see how they're going to play it out again.
Yeah, I would like to see that DK player, that DK rematch again. I think that would be
it'd be
good,
funny if it was the
mirror
DK
match.
versus DK, but like, what if it was the DK versus the Steve? You know?
Yeah, that would also be a good one.
Because it
too.
would be good for the Steve in that sense. So they have to figure out, what players are they gonna put out first? You know,
Yeah.
They have to figure out what lineup is the best for them and what characters they should do for that lineup.
That's true.
They have to start out strong here.
With the Switch 2 being released, do you think we're gonna get another Smash game?
It is definitely in the realm of possibilities, but there's been a lot of speculation. I was saying this earlier, there's been a lot of speculation going around that we could be getting Smash Ultimate Deluxe.
Okay.
Because we already have all the characters in Smash Ultimate, and honestly, personally, in my opinion, I think we should just get a new Smash game. Like, Ultimate is a good game, but it has its fair share of issues, especially with like Steve. Steve is like such a broken character. He definitely needs some fixes. But there could be, like, if they did a deluxe version, maybe they'd have like the DLC included for the base game.
True.
And then maybe if they add, because here's the weird thing, how would they do like a deluxe version? It would probably have to not be compatible with just regular Ultimate, you know?
Yeah, it would have to be on its new system. I mean, with the new system.
Because if we're talking like online, how would that work? So I have a feeling like that's just not going to work if they made like a deluxe version of the game. So I feel like making a new Smash game would probably work, but honestly, I don't know, because Sakurai, the director of Smash Ultimate, is not going to be working. He said he wasn't going to be working on the next Smash game. So We're not sure if they're gonna just make another Smash, if like it's gonna be directed by somebody else, or if they're even going to like make another Smash game. Who knows? Since it's like the Switch 2 and you can play Smash Ultimate on Switch 2. Who knows? Maybe they'll just leave it alone and like that's the Smash Brothers we're gonna get.
Could be, or maybe next console we'll get another one, or you never know what Nintendo will do. But either way, they'll make a great game, that's for sure. The new Mario Kart does look pretty good.
Yes, we were talking about this earlier. The roster looks insane.
Yes, it does look good. And Donkey Kong, that one
Donkey
was
Kong
good.
Bonanza,
I don't know if I'm a big fan of Donkey Kong's design, but I think I would have to get used to it.
I'm getting used to it. It definitely looks. I was kind of like weirded out by it at first, but I'm definitely getting used to it. It looks like we're getting started here. Terry versus Pac-Man. Interesting startup here.
Yeah, this will be a good match here. I'd like to see how Pac-Man controls the stadium compared to how Terry wants to kind of get up in his face.
Definitely they're trying to poke and prod at each other here.
Yeah, the shield pressure on this Pac-Man is pretty good, as he catches him there with the fire hydrant. Both each other just kind of dueling each other in the neutral. Oh wow.
Okay, he is trying to do a hydrant setup here, but the water does mess with Terry's combo there.
Catches him there with
he's trying to go for the ledge guard there. Oh, okay. But Terry did read the Pac-Man was going to do the hydrant, so he up specialed off to the side, so he couldn't get hit by the hydrant. It looks like Pac-Man has the key there, and he just used it, so he's going to have to charge up his neutral special again here. Oh, and he gets punished for that.
Yeah, right.
Honestly, I thought he was gonna do jab down special there to confirm it, but no, he went for the up special instead. Pac-Man does have a lot of percent here, so it could be an easy kill for Terry here. Oh, close, not quite for the setup for Pac-Man there though. But I definitely think this Pac-Man does got some really good setups here. Oh, and the Terry will take the stock with side special.
Goes for the ledge read there.
Oh, and Terry does have his go meter. Just makes it back to stage there.
Terry has very good movement off stage, or this Terry player has really good movement off stage with his air control. Trying to really dodging this Pac-Man who's really zoning him off.
Oh, and the bell. Oh, it doesn't
falls
quite
out of
get
the
that.
combo. Go meter is up though, so we could see big damage come through.
For sure. Oh, for a second I thought that Terry wasn't gonna make it back to ledge there, but he had the magnet hands to get back to ledge. Oh, the melon. Oh, and the trampoline. Yeah, because you can actually use trampolines to like
for combos.
Yeah, for
right?
combos too. Yeah, Pac-Man's all about those setups.
A lot of tools in his tool belt. Nice roll behind. Tried to combo here with the fire hydrant, but Terry's playing this really well. Slow, waiting for Pac-Man. Like you said, Pac-Man has a lot of end lag on his moves.
Oh, and we get the kill with the go meter for Terry there, taking the stock off Pac-Man. Pac-Man is gonna have to try and do something about Terry's go meter to take the stock off. It does some edge guarding here to make it, and Terry makes it back to stage. Pac-Man is kind of getting desperate to try and take the stock off for Terry. Terry's gonna take advantage of that.
Yeah, 182% to 34 in stock. This is doable for
Oh,
Pac-Man,
okay.
but he
Terry
has
is
to-
racking up the damage though. This is not looking good for Pac-Man.
Yeah, he has to do something fast if he wants to get rid of this Terry with go meter. The apple doesn't kill that.
I feel like, yeah, I haven't seen this Pac-Man pull out too many back airs this game, but the back throw will take the stock off Terry.
Does Pac-Man have a kill throw?
Technically his back air works at high percents, but Terry will take Pac-Man's last stock, and the Terry will take that game.
It was a close game.
for
Terry was
sure.
really playing his life there. At first, it looked like it was going the way of the Pac-Man.
Yeah, and then Terry turned it around. Yeah.
Yeah, that go meter really does a lot of damage, especially when you get that that high percent like that.
So Terry will be going into this next game with one stock. He will have to SD twice here at the beginning. Shoot, who was this guy playing last game? Was this?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
I'm trying to remember.
It wasn't Snake.
No, was this a Game & Watch player? Was it?
It might have been. I guess we'll have to see.
Mhm.
But I'm sure he has multiple heroes in his hero pool that he likes to play.
Mhm.
Let's see.
Oh, it's the DK. Okay.
Okay. Albino.
We got Thanos calling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and there we go. He has got an SD twice here. All right, and then we'll get the match begin here. But we do see that these DK players are like to edge guard a lot here, so we could see a fast game through the DKs. But Terry could honestly make up with a large hitbox on DK and try. DK is combo food here. Oh! And he's clean with it, yeah.
That was clean. What was that? Down tilt into dash attack? Into
into forward air, yeah.
That was clean.
That was
That
clean.
nice.
Well played by DK.
That was nice.
And it is evenly matched now, so both players will start with 3 stocks.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Nice. We'll get a good refresh map here for sure.
So very, very well played by that DK. That was very, very clean.
Is this Game & Watch? We might be seeing some Game & Watch, or
not sure. Unless it's the DK versus DK.
That would
be
nice.
funny.
Do it for the culture.
Unless we're getting the Falco player, we could be getting that too.
I feel like that's kind of a hard matchup. Falco into DK, or DK into Falco, for DK, with the large hitbox and Falco being so fast. But man, once DK is able to get his hands on you, it's
hard. It's the DK versus Falco. Okay. I will say Falco does have character advantage over DK because Falco does have like a lot of combo potential against DK with DK's large hitbox.
And on Town and City too, with one platform.
Actually, this is Smashville.
Smashville.
Yeah, this is Smashville, not Town and City. They look very similar.
Yeah. Just kind of zoning with these down tilts. Gets the command grab into the ding dong. Trying to.
Okay, yeah, we do see Falco with the up tilts into Nair combo.
Is that what his head?
Neutral air, neutral air is Nair, yeah. I did like short abbreviations, yeah. So like you have Nair and you have fair,
fair.
Yeah. So it's just like the first letter of like, but then you have up air, like
yeah.
There's not really like a good terminology for up air, you know. It is also possible, like we did see like a previous game with the Falco where they did spike like this Bowser player who was trying to recover towards the end. So it is also possible we might see Falco potentially spiking this DK. But this DK does still have 3 stocks with Falco having 2 still. This Falco does need to try and see if he can get some stocks off DK.
Yeah, DK's back air is pretty deadly, especially on a lightweight character like.
Oh, and Falco's shield is very low right now.
Yeah, eats the headbutt.
Oh yeah, Falco. I was trying to go for the back air there, but he does take the stock off for DK. Okay, DK
Almost
does come out.
immediately
Yeah,
taking it
DK
with
comes
back
out with the back air. Very, very trying to catch the Falco off guard right after being respawned. Oh, and that will kill Falco. That is, yep.
Through the hyper, you know what? The hyper armor really was working wonders.
Yeah,
there
the super armor there is very annoying, especially for Falco. Okay, the DK goes for the up air chain. Oh, he goes for a reverse speed to read that
with that punch.
Yeah, for the American air dodge. Oh, and it's not quite enough. Not quite enough. Oh, yeah, the Falco is trying to recover, but DK will try to go for the cargo throw, and this time it will kill. So the DK does take the game. This DK is looking like a really good player, so maybe they'll have their other DK player go up against the DK.
I would like to see another rematch of DK versus DK, especially this is grand finals. We need to
yeah, this is
see
neck
something
and neck
crazy
here.
here.
He does need to take down this DK. This DK was taking down 1 stock, so he's gonna start off with 2 stocks this next game here. So Grandview does have a 2 stock advantage here, and they Kaufman will have to try and make up for that and try to get rid of the DK stocks without losing any of their own.
It's looking like we're gonna get a Looking like the players are doing a little different setup here. There could be something just kind of warming up.
Yeah.
I wonder what the game plan is to go into fighting a DK like this.
Just fight DK with monkey.
Yeah, monkey on
monkey on monkey. Yep. Oh,
Okay,
and
here
there
we
we
go.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got DK and DK. All right.
Thanos versus the abominable snowman.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it looks like we get to start here. But who is the better DK? One of them is at a disadvantage because of the 2 stocks, but we'll see how everything plays out.
Oh, nice catch there. Almost catches him with the forward smash. Yeah, the name of the game is they kind of just nuke each other as fast as they possibly can. This is a pretty chaotic matchup. I feel like I'm on Animal Planet right now. Got a BBC original of what's going on.
The monkey. They're trying to go for. They're just trying to. It's just the mind games here.
Yeah. See who can
Going for a lot of back airs, I noticed.
I feel like that's a pretty good DK combo move in the mirror matchup because he's so big.
Yeah. And they are heavyweights, so it is going to be harder to knock them into the blast zone. Oh, he could. Oh, I think
nice.
he was trying to go for a nair there, I think.
Oh,
up
okay.
air takes out the neutral special. That's interesting. So the purple DK starting with 2 stocks is able to take 1 stock off.
He does have punch fully loaded here, so we could see
crazy DK action.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's
nice.
the up air taking the stock off with Grandview's DK. Oh, and there's the up. Oh, that kills! He did charge it up a little bit before going for it, so yeah, that kills. That's insane. It is a 1 stock. This is so close.
Yeah, it is even. It is anybody's game right
What?
That was
insane.
That was insane.
Yo, the down air spike.
Wow.
You guys gotta clip that, man. Clip it. You guys gotta clip that. You got replay that. Replay
yeah,
that.
we do. I want to see a replay.
I want to see a replay
on
of that.
That was like,
that
what was
crazy.
that? Dash attack into down air or into down spike?
Something. Yeah, it was
I don't
kind of
even
crazy.
know. Yeah, it happened so fast. I was just like, man,
Yo.
what happened? But it seems like DK's kind of running the board right now. You know, both and it is going to be Grandview is going to have to kill some stocks though, and going into this next. And we got Min Min, a zone character.
Grandview has advantage right now. Like they just took down their other players. So they definitely have a. Oh, wait, what's going on here? Oh, they might. Oh, I think they might have picked the wrong stage.
Okay.
That's. Maybe maybe they accidentally picked the wrong character on accident.
That might be.
Yeah. So.
I don't know who's around Min Min. You think? Who's around Min Min on the character selection screen? I'm not sure.
The me fighter, or well, actually the other DLC characters are. Like,
around
there.
her. Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't played too much Min Min, but
I think it might have been like a stage
stage
click or something.
Okay.
Probably.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good skin for Min Min.
Or no. Or wait, maybe they picked yeah. Oh, I think it was Or maybe I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It was weird. Oh, this player was the Steve player. The Min Min player is the Steve player. So they're playing Min Min now. And Min Min is very good against DK as long as she can just keep away. Yeah. Min Min is very good
with those high hitbox moves as well. Just kind of catching DK out of anything that he really wants to do here.
They do have to try and take this back as best as they can.
Man grab on the Min.
Oh,
wow.
okay. The pick off of Min Min there with cargo throw. Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
All right, just and then all right.
Wow.
Yep.
That stretch is really long.
Min
oh my
gosh. Yeah, Min Min can reach across the entire stage.
Wow, that was a snipe.
Yeah.
I mean, not much you can do there.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't go low and you can't go high.
Yeah, especially
Min
against like DK's recovery.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was kind of crazy. And the GK was able to take one stock off of that Min.
That's true.
So I do believe Grandview still has advantage, a player advantage, like one player advantage. Yeah. So Kaufman will have to try and make up for that that loss beforehand. Well, shoot, I'm trying to remember who he was playing earlier.
I don't remember. This
Could
wasn't Snake.
This is the Snake player?
It could be. I'm trying to think who we saw last. We saw Snake and I don't know. Guess we'll have to wait and see. I wonder where they're gonna take him. Smashville, you think? I've seen a lot of Smashville or Pokemon.
Could be PS2. Oh, it's Game & Watch. Okay, interesting.
Okay. Yeah, this will be a
especially
good
against
match.
Min because Game & Watch is a lightweight character. It doesn't take much for Min to take off Game & Watch's stocks here, but we'll see here. Oh wait, what the heck?
Yeah, he was slow walking.
Yeah, but I honestly, Min, in my opinion, is kind of a disgusting character.
Yeah, her ability to zone and move fast while also hitting hard is hard for a lot of characters to approach.
Yeah, like that's the whole point. Like if you can't approach Min in the first place because that's her weakness, then you're just kind of like, yeah, you just can't really do anything. And
Min, 0 to death.
Yeah, see exactly. Min just zones out the Game & Watch there, and there's nothing the Game & Watch can do.
Yeah, especially being so light, it's really hard for him to approach and get good pressure on this Min.
This could be the comeback that Kaufman is looking for against Grandview.
They might have unlocked the secret code.
Yeah,
Oh.
instead of the Steve player, just whip out good old Min. Oh,
Nice.
it takes that pick. Was that a... No, that wasn't a two-frame. Oh!
Another
Okay.
0 to death.
Clean.
Are we about to see
JV4?
Three-stock
Or, well,
here.
technically not JV4 because Min starts at 2. And Min takes damage there, so technically no JV4. But alright.
But it's close.
Yo, okay, this Min is picking off a lot of stocks here and doing a very good job. And then the Game & Watch does try to go for the 9 combo, but
He's just not
isn't
able to
get
find
it.
anything.
Yeah.
He's not able to recover with this Min ledge trap. Is really hard to approach.
Yeah, Game & Watch isn't like, I feel like, the best character to pick up against picking against Min. It's very, very hard.
But
it's just really hard to approach. I definitely think if you pick Sonic, Sonic's definitely good at matchup against. Catches the recovery. Okay, well played by Min, and that is the game that Kaufman is looking for. So I believe it is. They are about neck and neck. So Grandview will start with 3 stocks, and Kaufman will start off with 2. And I believe they're back at it. So they because they were at one loss player disadvantage earlier, and now it's back. It's evened up now, yeah, except for the stock difference. But definitely this Min is very, very good.
yeah, it's very oppressive. You can't recover. You can't go low. You can't go high. And it's really hard when on a smaller stage like that for somebody to approach when she's able to just cover half the stadium and more.
I definitely think Min weakness is like faster characters. Oh, we have the Snake.
So
which
zone
is,
v zone. I would like to see how
it's
this
gonna
works
be
out.
like the Snake's gonna be just throwing grenades at the Min. But guess what? Min does have a reflector.
She does.
It's her up smash and up tilt.
Okay.
Yeah, so Min does have something to work against Snake's projectiles here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see just kind of both poking and prodding at each other, seeing to try and find an opening right now. Both just kind of buying time, kind of looking for each other's setup. Snake with the C4 up on, not on the field yet, on the far left side. Just kind of baiting him over, just wanting to take this duel in a closer, underneath the platform where Snake can kind of find these combos with his grenade and C4.
He's trying to play it out with the grenades, and Min is trying to play around with Snake there.
Almost catches him with a rocket there.
Typically, a lot of Snake players don't use side special all that much just because of like the end lag and stuff off that move.
Yeah.
But if they can, like from a distance, they can probably use it. But against Min, it's like kind of a lot harder because Min does apply that range pressure.
Yeah, and it's a lot more range pressure and fast range pressure compared to the Snake. While Snake does have the burst potential, it's really hard when you're fighting in the neutral against a Min who's able to kind of just poke at you from the center stage.
It is going to be a lot of range versus range this game, so not a lot of close-up action. Oh, the Snake was trying to go for the combo there with the grenade for the forward air spike, but didn't quite get it. Oh, and the Min Man was trying to get him. Yeah. Oh, what was that?
Wow.
What was that?
Snake is tanky. He's not wanting to give this one up.
He's very good with the DIs there. Oh, and yeah, Min Min is also like just a really weird character because like she can just like do one punch and then whip around with the other punch, and it's just kind of like 2 smash attacks in one, you know? Yeah, and it's just kind of like throws a lot of people off because Min Min has a very different play style than a lot of other characters in Smash. Oh, tries to get the Snake. Oh, goes for it again! Yo! This Min Min player, okay.
The snipe!
Yo,
Goes
that
for
was...
back throw here.
Okay, and there's the up
catch
tilt.
with the up tilt.
Okay, it
out
is
of
an
shield.
even game. It is one stock.
This is anybody's game.
That was very clean by the Min Min. Very clean.
Reading the recovery there and goes high, and you can't go high when Min Min's on stage.
Well, typically you don't expect that from a Min Min player to just do something like that. Yeah. But this Min Min player is definitely taking all the advantage they can get.
He knows this character very well. I might have to start playing Min Min now. I'm starting to watch this.
Honestly, like if you try playing Min Min, sometimes it gets kind of boring because you're just trying to be rangy the whole time. But you gotta do what you gotta do to win, right?
True.
Yeah.
That's true. All characters are good.
Ganondorf is
Ganondorf,
except for Ganon is pretty funny, but in the long run, Ganon is not the greatest character.
Let's see, we got 154 with the up.
Oh
my gosh!
The Snake reversal.
Wow!
What? Yo!
I did not even
Was
realize.
that grenade or C4?
I think that was grenade, but that did like too much damage to kill, no?
Yeah, no, it was an explosion because he was higher towards the blast zone.
Maybe that's what it was. He had the knock up.
Though total reversal, Snake like was losing that, but then like out of nowhere, you know?
Wow, just came raining hell on him.
Crazy.
Wow.
Yo, a lot of like high excitement those games. That was crazy.
And
I believe I think Grandview won that. Yeah, I believe that's it. Yeah.
Wow, what a way to end.
Grandview takes the win there.
That was a really close match between Granville and Dublin Kaufman. I know the score doesn't really make it seem like it was close, but it was a nail-biter almost every single set that we had.
Yeah, it was like that match between those two determined the point for the set. Yeah.
It literally came down to one last stock, but in the end, the Snake was able to clutch out and find that kill with the grenade.
I know, that was such an insane clip. That was very, very, very well.
Yeah, well executed.
Yeah.
Sure.
But the Min Min player that one play with the up special, catching the Snake at the upper blast zone, that was also a very, very cool clip to see.
That was clean. 2-0, Grandview takes it over Dublin Kaufman.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. We don't have a camera though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, everybody's celebrating right now. But yeah, very heated game. It's nice to see competitive Smash here at its finest. Okay, it looks like we might be getting an interview here from one of the players. So. Hey, you guys were playing really good.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, the one
on
Snake
the
clip
win.
at the end, it was like so insane. Was that grenade or C4? Like,
it was C4.
C4. That was
okay. The cheesiest way to end the set.
You just want to get closer to the mic real quick. Yeah. But yeah, that was insane. Well executed game. Like the Min Min player catching the Snake at the top blast zone. That was insane.
I was stressing. I was stressing.
Well played by you guys, zoning each other out. Very, very well played.
Thank you.
So, what would you say that this means to you for winning these kind of games and winning these close sets like that? How does that feel? Can you put us into player perspective for that?
Well, I mean, it feels great.
I don't know. There's a lot going into it, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It is just a video game at the end of the day. True, but it is fun. It's fun.
Yeah, and you guys played really, really well there. I mean,
Yeah.
at the end, it was a, like I said, as we've been saying, it was a close game. Is there any particular clip or game that kind of stood out to you that kind of was the turning point?
I
of it?
liked going with the mirror against their Donkey Kong.
Yeah. The one with the forward air, the spike for the one DK. That was pretty clean.
15-second game against.
Yeah.
Down tilt, yeah. Was it dash attack?
Yeah.
There was I think there was a 0 to death against that Game and Watch with the Min, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was almost
yeah,
the
that was
game,
hard.
That was
he
pro.
Yeah, kind of got a little cooked there.
Yeah, that was hard to watch. But I mean, it's Min Game and Watch.
Yeah, it's like what can you do? You know.
Yeah, around that for sure.
Do any of your players, any of you guys play like Sonic at all? No. But nobody's a Sonic player.
No. Are you?
You guys are good people. There's the one Steve player, but like, you got Steve, you know.
That's on the other.
Yeah. But yeah, you guys did an amazing job.
Yeah, congratulations seriously on winning that. That is a big title to win, especially here at Ohio Esports here for the Smash tournament.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, of course. Thank you for your time, and thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming and playing. Yeah.
It was excellent to watch you guys. Oh, thank you very much. Have a good one.
Yeah. And that's all from our interview here for today. But yeah.
Yeah, overall, super good matches, super entertaining matches. If you didn't watch them, I would definitely go back and watch them because they all were super entertaining. Especially the DKVTK, I was a big fan of that one for sure.
Well, yeah, very. Yep. But yeah, thank you guys all for watching and tuning in. And see you later.